Anyways, so we shall begin. I guess with a quick recap on what has happened so far. For Nay. What happened last session? Oh yeah, so what happened last session, Nay, was really Dante was kind of late as well, so it started with I think like just general like what did you guys do on the third day of sailing, and then it wasn't combat right away. Was it combat right away?
No, it was
No.
combat
No,
towards the
no.
end.
The combat started while I was talking to
Oh, that's what it was. Yeah,
Rosie,
you were talking to Rosie.
and I pushed Rosie away instead of getting away myself.
Oh, that's nice. Yeah, so
the session started with me asking Muna to go down and talk to Aretta.
Yeah.
no, it can't be.
Yeah.
Already died. Oh, you're right. Okay, so
Aretta
that was
died.
the last session was when Aretta died.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Yes, she
Nox,
committed suicide.
no,
What?
she did not. She did not. I do remember if you were, I think you were here when she mentioned that if you guys don't like, quote unquote, take care of her, that she's gonna try to make your lives hell. And one of the ways that she was trying to do this was like being like nasty as possible. So she was smearing her feces like on the ship's wall and stuff, and like making a general mess and I think Nox didn't know what to do. So he reached out to Muna, who went down, had like had a very, very brief conversation with Aretta until like I think Aretta, she was like threatening to kill everyone again, and then Muna kind of like was like, oh well, that's it, like that's the final straw, and then he commanded Skugga to his summoned shadow.
First of all,
First he went back up to Nox and asked, like, how would you feel if I did kill Aretta?
Nox.
Which Nox was like, he would be sad.
It would be like more sad or more mad, yeah.
And he kept saying, he would be more sad. So, I was like,
Yeah, because Muna's smarter than Nox, right? So he probably knows better.
That's why Muna would argue.
That's the thing about like really low intelligent folks. It's like because the Dunning-Kruger effect comes into play at one point, right? Like where I know it's more about skill level, but like it's like if you're not as intelligent enough to understand the differences in some people's intelligences.
Absolutely, but Nox has been downtrodden his entire life, so his self-confidence is rock bottom. Everyone's better than him.
Okay. Yeah, okay. Now that works. But I'm just saying, like, because many times Nox has done actually the more wiser thing. And it's like, do less intelligent people always make the wise choice? Yeah, sometimes I guess they do. Just depends. So we'll see.
Yeah, so Muna went up and be like, can I kill her? And he was like, that would make me sad. I was like, okay, but I don't hear angry. So I think I'm just going to kill her. So I sent Skugga in to kill her. Then I tossed her over the ship. Which is why Muna would argue with suicide, because, how many times do you have to tell someone, I'm going to kill you? Before that's called assisted suicide.
Yes. That is when Ambrose did mention that you guys are sailing off the coast of this off the Slithering coast, which is renownedly known to host a number of dangerous creatures in the lands, like on shore, as well as the waters that surround the shore, sharks and all sorts of other predators. Turns out that there's like this swarm of crabs that caught the scent of the dead body and began to also investigate this large vessel that was sailing away from it.
I think he only told us we made
it. We were gonna regret that.
Not that there were monsters out there.
Made a grave error. Doom is
Probably
coming.
not crabs.
I do believe that he
They
did
were
mention.
small, but they were swarms of crabs.
Okay.
Huge swarms of crabs.
Yeah.
Okay.
And I saw the HP. And then I accidentally told everyone the HP because I didn't believe everyone else couldn't see them.
Cool, Nina. Keep
Yeah.
cheating. You
Nina
always do that
cheated.
shit.
What's new?
Yeah.
Every single
Cannot
time.
do anything, man. I always like.
Why
get
is it
the,
only your
the
roll 20? Huh?
co-DM.
You're not the co-DM though. You're
Apparently,
not.
I am.
You're not. How are you the
I
co-DM?
see- Because I see everything.
What?
She's becoming clairvoyant.
She's a sea witch.
Because I see everything.
Are you the co-DM? If that's the case, I'm gonna check
No,
this. Because
I'm not. I have no clue why you always say I can see HP and stuff like that.
you shouldn't be able to. But anyways,
It happened on more occasions than this, and somehow it's always me.
okay.
Or you always forget about me. That could also be. I'm just like nobody. I'm always getting forgotten.
No, dude. It's not player dependent. That's why it makes no sense that you see other stuff than other players, right? Like, I mean, I guess there's a way that I would actually have to go out of my way to make you see stuff that other people can't.
You know, if I have to say who's most likely to cheat, it would be Jacob.
It's me.
I
Don't you
honestly
think?
I
think
don't
if anyone
cheat.
was least likely to cheat, it would be Jacob.
Yeah.
I'm just
Jacob
gonna
would be
say
the
it.
least likely to cheat.
He
But
knows all the stuff about the
the
I don't
macros.
even
Yeah,
know what they
I
But
could
this
cheat
is
if I
not
wanted
terrible.
to. It's pretty easy, actually, and you would never notice.
And I have no
Yeah,
clue
just
about
look at the
that
page
stuff.
source and change the thing, and like, I mean, you can roll like a completely different roll. But shit! Really, really good point. Thank you guys. You have reminded me. There was one other thing that I wanted to change: the appraise skill. It is an intelligence ability, and I will give you guys an opportunity to like kind of redo one thing, but I want to use the appraise skill as a way of as another way to investigate things. I would say non-magical things maybe, because there are like what is it? Use magical device or something like that as a role, or craft checks as well for like alchemy stuff or arcana stuff. But appraise is more like mundane stuff. You use appraise or like non-magical investigation stuff. So I might ask for appraise, even though there's not an item that you're trying to appraise. It's just more just like you're appraising the situation or the clues or the evidence or whatever it is.
Yeah, I can
All
see
right.
that.
So if you want to put a class skill or skill rank in that instead of something else because you didn't know like appraise encompassed all of investigation stuff, you may do so. But nothing else. Like you can't change your skills like fully, but just as you can remove one skill rank in something and then add in an appraise if you like.
Okay.
So yeah, there's so many times where I wanted an investigation check, and then like I was just like, oh my gosh, there's nothing like knowledge, I guess, but like or perception. It's just kind of all rolled into perception, right? And I'm like, yeah, but perception is a wisdom based check, and I think investigate stuff does kind of make more sense with intelligence. So, all right, the swarms come, they attack the crew. They're very deadly, but they're also very easy to kill. For some folks, which was generally Nox, and was just knocking it out of the park there, stomping on them with his giant feet boots and stuff. There were some times where some of our heroes or some of our adventurers were in jeopardy. I think Briar was in some really hot water when Rosie Caldwell saved her, moved her out of the range of the swarm. I think Cog also wanted to help, but he just got fucked up and almost died. Jaundice Jape also wanted to help, but he also in similar situations. Cog almost died. And then I think Leonard at one point was really close to dying. He technically should have died in that fight. I think I overscaled the monsters a little bit, so but he did roll what could have been only seen as death saves, and he succeeded. So that was good. Almost bled out. Well, that's when we realized what the death saving throws rolls are, which are Constitution checks, right? And then if you get lower than a 10, you get 1 point of damage. So like it's the whole negative damage thing. Remind me again, when you get heals, you have to heal the negative damage a bit. Like I know we looked that up, but I don't remember.
When you get like magical healing specifically,
you automatically go up.
You automatically stabilize, so you don't have to roll those Constitution checks to stop losing HP. But in order to actually like get them up, you would have to treat the negative HP fully.
Right. Yeah. So like if as long as you don't take more than your own Constitution score in negative damage, you'll be fine. So like technically if you only took like 1 negative damage, then you have like 10 rounds of death saves that you can like survive for. So like the tougher you are, I believe, the more chance that you won't die is, I guess, right? But yeah. So that's cool to know. And then so you know, Leonard was on the brink of dying. Sindara helps him. I think Nox also feeds him a potion or something like that, right?
Oh, that was Owlbear.
Oh, that was Owlbear.
Owlbear almost died as well.
Oh, you fed Owlbear a potion. You're right. And then Sindara helped. I think that's Rosie attempted to throw Leonard down the stairs like she did with Cog. But everyone's like, was like, hey, and I'm like, what? And they're like, you're gonna kill him. I'm like, technically, I'm the DM, and I could just have like, but like, yeah, like, I mean, everyone's like, whoa, you can't throw him down the stairs. I'm like, I guess, in a way, if you're unconscious and somebody throws you down the stairs, it probably do more damage. But I'd like to argue because he's unconscious, his body is more looser, more like less rigid, which will help with the falling down the stairs.
I mean, there's cases that shows actually drunk people take less damage in car accidents.
Oh, because they're looser? Yeah.
Yeah, like, they slow reaction times legitimately start, like they don't tense up, so like it takes less of damage.
Yeah.
When they don't die, of course, like there's that curve like of
yeah, which unfortunately with drunk driving is like, possible, right? Because you're drunk, you might be just speeding. But
my grandpa always says, he doesn't drive into trees. The trees jump on the street.
Uh-huh.
Your grandfather is a crazy man.
My grandfather is also a heavy drinker, and it happened 8 times. So yeah,
8 times you said?
Yeah.
Well, that he shouldn't drive no more, man. He's gonna kill somebody.
Yeah, I said that too, and then I got the shit talked out onto me. Yeah.
Okay.
Because I was like, maybe the 9th time is a pedestrian.
Right. Exactly. Well, it could have been the 2nd, 3rd, 1st, 4th, 5th. Any of those times, really. I mean,
and he's like, "Why are you trying to ruin the mood, Nina?
Exactly.
Why I gotta be busting balls over here?
I'm always the one who ruins the mood.
Always
because
busting the
spit
balls.
the truth.
Every party needs a party pooper.
I only speak the truth.
Okay, so with that, we decided. Oh, actually, sorry, shit. I don't know why I moved you guys here. We did the 3rd day.
I also had a talk with Rosie where she's told me something about her.
Yeah.
At least her past. I don't know how much family was involved. And Jaundice also likes me a little bit more, I guess, now that I healed him a bit.
Yeah. I think the last session ended off with you guys deciding like who you're going to share some XP. So I gave the group a certain amount of XP, and then I gave the group another amount. Out of that large amount of XP they got in the last session from combat and all that, they had the opportunity to split some off for the NPCs. The NPCs that
Well,
got
Owlbear is now level 7.
and Owlbear was one, and Rosie was the second, and so those two actually got the XP. And Sandara and Cog were on the maybe list, so like maybe in the future they'll get it. But Dante didn't want to give Sandara any XP because she's a pirate, and she lives that pirate life, Will. And Leonard's not really into that. So which I'm glad he realized, right? Because like, Sandara might be nice and all, but she's still a pirate. And I'm glad he remembered that part where she was like into that whole like raiding stuff. And, like when the blood was spilled, like being spilled and raiding, like she wasn't shy about it. Which I feel like you're going to encounter quite often here is like this kind of gray, like, yeah, we kill people or plunder, but we're not technically bad people. However, so everyone here in the Shackles is guilty of something. It's kind of like the mentality. But all right, and so we moved. I think right. We did move the ship, and so that's the third day, which means that you guys already had a whole day of eating crab. This is the day that you guys are eating all the crabs and stuff. Let me get the music on or the
roll for cannibalism.
And
Everyone roll a 1d20. Who gets a piece of man?
Oh, 1d100.
Yeah.
No. But well, so you roll 1d100. What's the number? 15? Is that the number?
Yes. Who knows what it means?
All right.
You didn't eat crab, you eat shrimp. Who knows where you got the shrimp from?
Who knows?
You don't eat crab, you eat some sort of shrimp.
That sounds nice about now.
Some shrimp?
Yeah.
That sounds pretty good. Okay. Ed, did I miss anything real quick while I do this?
Oh, I think it ended with like I had a conversation with Leonard, and then with what is she called again? The female
What? What?
What?
Sandara?
Yeah, and I had like a conversation with Sadara where I very well explained my points.
Oh, for killing?
Yeah.
Retta? No, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I also told you to just go. Because I cleaned up after you.
You did. Yeah, he did. Prestidigitation.
It
wasn't like a secret.
The room where Ariada was in is now the cleanest room of the ship.
Yeah.
Like Muna definitely had. He didn't parade Aretta's dead body by any means, but he did. He wasn't hiding it when like Skugo carried her and threw her off the boat. Like people were on the deck and they saw her and everything.
Yeah, no, but I was down there with Muna before he went.
So I mean, everyone saw it and everyone understood what happened. It was just in the manner, like how cold Muna was when he did it was like a little bit crazy, and yeah, like and then like they didn't really have too much time to like dwell on it because not too long after, like I think like maybe a few hours after, there was the attack that happened. So after the
why the fuck are you so wet?
So after the fight, you guys sail for about another 40 kilometers.
Oh come.
Or as they and you begin to see the. This is when you probably begin to see the peaks and outlines of the huge mountains of the Terra Uplands. Like you definitely can see these snow-crusted peaks, these gargantuan, larger than life, unexplored wilderness mountain ranges that spread across the like central area of this main continent here. And you know that there's like hundreds of kilometers away. Anyone can give me a geography check, knowledge geography, to learn more information about kind of like where you guys are and what this is.
I got this. 5.
All right.
6.
I think Nox and Benji, you guys just can't comprehend the size and magnitude of these mountain ranges. Benji, you just never seen like wilderness like this from coming from the city of Magamar, this like, like really urbanized area. But Muna and Nox, you just don't know like what a mountain might be.
It's a very big rock.
I don't think you think that. I think you think it's a small rock.
Oh yeah, it's far away.
Yeah,
there
it's
are
far.
all rocks in the distance.
Benji, you know that that's not like you're not like your low roll doesn't indicate your intelligence, but it's more of just like you're like, wow, what the hell's a mountain? You know what a mountain is, you just never seen one in real life. And then Muna, what you glean from this is that you know that the Terra Uplands has the largest mountains in all of the world. Like they're famed, and we're talking about like thousands of kilometers high, right? Like there's just like huge, monstrous mountain ranges, with huge clouds. Like they stretch well above the cloud level. When you look at them, like they're definitely above the cloud level, and you can see like a lot of the clouds kind of roll off the peaks and down to like the more like wider bases of the mountains. You know that there's like these cloud forests that dominate the landscape of this mountain ranges, and it apparently there's a lot of primal type of magics that you'll see here manifested here. So like legends of dragons, of giants, of every sort of magical beast that you can think of might have actually originated from these mountain ranges. So there's a lot of old legendary history here. And knowing that, you're just like, yeah, this is yeah.
It's like a noticeable part of the region.
Yeah. But the magical part is like where it's like really sticks out, like the old folklore.
Oh.
All right. At the same time, during your third day, what do you guys all do? And before you take your turn, I'd like to just roll, like whoever wants to go first, just roll a d20 before you go, or during
I don't know
during
who
you go.
want to go first, but I know what I would do.
You go first,
You know
Nina.
what you wanna do? Then go first.
I did 20 it was.
Oh yeah. Let me get d20.
16.
Okay. What do you want like to do? What are you trying to do?
Oh, continue the talk that I had with Rosie because she shared something of her past. Now I feel obliged to do so.
So if you remember, she tried to like you did kind of the reason why she went into a little bit about her past was because you mentioned something about yours a little bit. I think she called you out as a sex slave, and then you were like, no, and very quick to defend yourself. But yeah, like sure. You find Rosie, who's a bit more melancholy than you remember her to be. She used to be like very jovial, and you're noticing like she's not as might not be as jovial as you've seen her in the past. You know, usually her furrowed brow, kind of bottom lip sticking out a little bit as she's like rubbing her chin on the brow of the ship, on the prow of the ship. What do you say as you approach?
Well, when I see her like that, I would just be like, hey, is something the matter? You don't look that happy today.
Well, we almost all just got eaten, so that's not fun.
Yeah, but it's not the first time we kinda escaped death, so to say.
Sure. I mean, it's not the first time that I fucking was in battle, but it's the fucking first time that I almost got eaten by crabs. Unless that is a common occurrence from where you come from.
I come from the mainland, so it definitely
Whoa,
don't.
whoa. What the hell do you think you are calling your place the mainland? I could be from the fucking mainland, and you're from a different place.
Well, I was in a place that didn't have like open water next to it.
Yeah, but you like, that's very like colonist of you. They call it like the mainland. Like you're from the mainland. I'm from the mainland. Like fuck you. You're from land.
But the land on the sea, that's called islands, so...
Alright. Well, anyways. Yeah, I mean, it's just where are we going? What are we doing? It just seems all, like, it's so pointless now. You don't really like the crew here, like John this Jape fucking never says a word. To me, maybe.
He's mute,
What?
I guess.
No. I mean, he's right there. So don't make fun of him. So he never says a word to me. Also, Cog, is a piece of shit. Sil, she's a bitch.
Lucky with that.
Yeah. I mean, when you say that, Sil is like nearby working, manning there. She's like, "Hey, what the fuck?" And then but the rest kind of nod and agree along with what Rosie is saying, and you can tell like Rosie is saying this stuff, and she's talking shit on people, but at the same time, like they're all saying the same things about each other, and this type of mood is being echoed by the rest of the crew here. And she turns around and glares at you, Briar. And all of a sudden, like fucking Leonard, out of nowhere, the man with no experience as a fucking sailor, is our captain. Like, temporary captain, because because no one wants to be captain. And then, also, you have to think about this. Fucking, what's gonna happen to us? And also, the biggest thing is, what about our plunder? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What the fuck are we doing with our plunder? I mean, we got all that shit in the cargo, and no one has yet to go over what we're gonna do with that cargo, what we're gonna do for money, for coin. if we're gonna get paid or not, you know. So, I think me and the rest of the crew are kind of like, what the fuck?
The only thing that I can say is that you probably know as much as I do. I think Leonard wants to get rid of the ship.
Oh, what the fuck are we fucking listening to you all for? For that, you know? The fuck? Who made you the leader then? You know?
Mutiny!
I'm not the leader. It's just like what, and I like do those monkey things. I don't know what they are called.
You calling
like
us
with
monkeys?
fingers. No,
You fucking say that to my
What-
face again. Come here.
Cal, what are they called?
Macaws!
No, those things that you make with the fingers when you say something you don't really mean like that.
Quotation mark?
Quotation marks, yeah. You said monkeys? What the hell are you
Monkeys.
talking
Yeah,
about?
because in German they are called monkey claws.
Monkey claws.
That's a cute term.
I guess they're like more like sloth claws though, because sloths have those like 3.
Maybe, but they are called monkey claws. And I didn't know if you have that in
Monkeys
English.
have
Yeah, but
hands.
while I say,
Notoriously.
well, you kind of made Leonard the captain.
Who did?
You guys called him captain after the storm.
Well, I mean,
Before the storm.
he was the only one who stepped up.
Doing-
You know what I mean? Like he was the only one who stepped up and told us what to do. And it's crazy how like he knew what to do at the moment, but
Well, don't
You know
tell
what I
me
mean.
that.
but what about the
But
money?
yeah, it's.
That's what I want to know. What about the
I don't know.
fucking
Maybe we
coin?
can. Maybe we can try to sell the cargo.
Got to try.
split the
We
money.
are going to sell it, right? I mean, you're crazy.
Nancy comes back, roll for initiative.
Yeah.
Mutiny.
I think it's
And-
a
and
best
that's-
if Leonard addresses the crew.
Let's make him do it right now.
If he addresses the
Well, when
group,
he's not
yeah.
so busy being the captain.
I hope he does that soon because, like you said, I have no clue what to do. And even if I was sold to the slave ship, I definitely don't want to go back from where they sold me from. So there's that.
What did you mean? You don't want to go home? Yeah, I understand. I understand it as well, but I mean,
Well, I guess
you don't have people looking for you.
not unless they want to see me dead.
Well,
I
You-
guess you shared some of your past. I don't suppose you know a city called Caliphas.
that is that's far away.
I know where I come from.
She has a
very-
negative. I'm gonna say she has a -2 to this. So 7.
Let's just say
Yeah.
I got into the fangs of what you call vampire, and I had to provide them with food unless I ended up with food. And when I brought the wrong person, they sold me to a slave ship. And ta-da! I got on your pirate ship. Fucking great backstory that I have, right?
Roll me a diplomacy check here. It says this is like that's
I
pretty.
say all of that sarcastically. 26.
And how quietly or how loudly are you saying this, right? Because you know words and voices travel on the deck of a ship. Probably not
I
as much
do
as
talk.
room, but
I do talk a little bit quieter, but I do not whisper.
all right. With a 16 on that D20, well, that's when this roll will come into play. I think Briar, you can tell me who Hey man, don't be ruining it for Dante.
No, I'm trying to gaslight. It's like
He's got a legendary weapon, the whip. Tell him the whip is coming back. No, I'm joking.
I'm not
Like
gonna
I
say
think with
anything.
a 16 on the D20, you can tell me like who hears it and who doesn't. Who do you want?
Jaundice?
Do you want Jaundice because you can't tell secrets? All right.
Every secret will be safe with him unless he starts talking.
That would be funny, right? If he just like, because this is
My
one of the
God,
characters
don't I
that
have?
he did have a
Exactly.
voice, then he was mute, then he had a voice again, then he became mute again.
What's really crazy is it was just a vow of silence, so he could speak all this time.
All right. So Jaundice is one.
John, these nuts in your mouth.
How many people should he?
Like half your
That's
crew
the
should be awake. Maybe more than half. Yeah.
But how many are out there?
I mean, it's up to you. You know, like people are in and about. You know, Benji might be there. Anyone.
I mean, if
Sandara.
Anna is how do you say?
Benji?
Putting Banshee in there, well, I guess might as well.
No, I'm saying it's up to you, homie.
And yeah, I mean, if Banshee wants to know, he can have heard it.
Benji doesn't know if he wants to know. That's the thing.
Benji is not
Yeah,
a threat.
that's the thing. Until he becomes the threat.
Yeah, sure.
No, like just yeah.
Was it Benji's
Jaundice,
working on the ship
Banshee,
nearby?
Well, Sandara. 3. How many people are we now? How many people are we now
In total?
in total?
I think we're like at 12, maybe less. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Without counting Skugo, because he doesn't exist. Yeah. 5, 9, 13.
Well, I guess Cock can he. Cock can he.
9.
I think Muna, I think Mikkel said Muna is taking night shifts, so he might not be there.
13.
I mean, I could be up if you want me to hear it.
All right. Give me some names. So Rosie,
The thing
Benji,
is, I think
Jaundice,
Nox would be funny if he
Nox.
doesn't know.
Oh, if he doesn't know. So
no, if he knows but doesn't know what vampire you saw.
Okay, Nox.
Like I don't know what Nox knows.
Okay.
Nox absolutely. does not
Sandara,
know
you
what
said?
vampire is.
So that's 5. That's good enough. If you want to add more people, you can. Do you add any more party members?
Muna to know. What
up
do
to
you
you.
say, Mick?
Yeah. Roll D20. High he knows, low he doesn't.
I very much know.
He
I'm
knows
just-
all.
You look to your left, and I'm just hiding. I'm just standing there.
You just hear his breathing.
My I always use my net 20s on stuff like this.
Yeah, I know, right?
Guys, I'm just standing here.
You're just standing on top of me actually this whole
Yeah.
time. It's I don't
was
know
here
why you
first.
didn't notice. It's squishy.
I was here first. You pushed me aside.
I was actually helping Rosie, and
Yeah.
you just like came and like just like No,
Still
like I was
sign.
invisible. Just. All right.
Or maybe he's just chilling up in the crow's nest and is like, I
Yeah.
can hear everything.
Sure, I can do that. We can say that.
And also Skugga. He blends well into shadowy areas. And so yeah, as you mentioned vampires, everyone who heard the word vampire can roll a very quick knowledge check. I would say if you have any proficiency or skill ranks in knowledge, just take a 10 and know it instantly. But I guess for like maybe Nox, who might not have any skill ranks and knowledge, you probably have to make a roll. And I'll say DC 10.
Yeah.
Like a.
Oh, he almost knew.
You almost knew. I think Benji, you have a skill rank and knowledge somewhere, right?
Yeah,
So,
I'm just trying to keep a cat from climbing on my keyboard.
yeah. So
No.
you can take a 10. And you
May
know
I-
all the info that a vampire, everything about a vampire.
How about knowledge dungeoneering? Not or local. Yeah, stop it.
You can do a local one, sure.
There you go. 27.
Oh, 27. Okay, so with
I know
the,
everything about vampires.
not only do you know like your normal stuff that anyone would know like on the street, but you also know like you can differentiate what is just like folklore and like just evolve the myth and what is like actually discernibly like a vampire is weak against this.
Ooh.
Right. Like maybe garlic might not do anything to them in real life, but sunlight will.
Sunlight, okay.
Yeah.
Sunlight. Running water.
Running water, like sunlight, running water, and they generally don't die even though you kill them.
Okay. Huh. Scary stuff.
Yeah. And hearing that, I mean, in Muna, you're just gonna take a 10, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And you know like the normal stuff, but you don't know like like it's like somebody
I don't
who
know. Yeah, there's
TV
a lot of
vampire.
information. Like
Yeah.
like
Like garlic might fuck with them.
yeah. Is it silver? Or is it iron? Is it
Yeah, it's a cross or whatever.
yeah, saying the name of a deity.
Unless they're evil deities, because in this world there are evil deities, so it might make them stronger.
I know that's what I'm saying. Like, like it's like I have a lot of general knowledge that is
Protect
like
me,
common.
God of vampires, from this vampire.
Or like a whole, like the name of Jesus Christ, but I mean like whatever, like the Pathfinder version of
Abador.
Like, yeah, Abador.
Okay, and so when you say this to Rosie, she looks at you, of course, and she's like, "Did I just hear that correctly? Did you just fucking say vampire? Like as in,
Do I look like I'm choking?
like as in vampires are real? Because I don't think they are."
They very much are real. I can tell you the names of quite a few vampires, but if they have...
Snitches get stitches, so.
Bobo, Bobby Jr., just a bunch of redneck
I
vampires.
already wanted my head.
Billy Bob.
That'd be real funny. Just Billy vampires. Food.
Trucker Joe.
There's Carter Joe.
Waffle Tim. Anyway, and she looks at you like mouth agape, and she's like, and they fed off you. Like
Not me.
They drank your blood.
Not me, but the people that I lured to them. Because otherwise I would have gotten to be the food.
Pariah, you should not feed people to animals. Not a very nice thing to do. And Noct continues on his way.
Animals. Oh, I wish they were animals. I forgot what Rosie was about. What Rosie did say. What I wanted to tell her because Nox jumped in.
I'm glad to derail everything.
Yeah.
So she was just like, did you like, you know, she's like, well, so you're telling me that you, and so instead of they feeding on you, you found people that they can feed on them, like, instead of you?
You can say I was a very lucrative feeding, food bringing machine for them to save my own skin.
That seems like
I'm not
terrible,
very happy
to be
about
honest. That sounds
I'm
like
not-
literally bad. I mean, like,
I'm not happy about that. I did what I had to
oh, like,
survive.
but why you?
Well, they kinda laid an eye on me and thought I would be good at luring people
Like,
in.
who? I mean, forgive me if I'm prying too much, then let me know. But I'm just curious. Like, I mean, you know what I mean? Like who? You say they and like vampires and stuff, but like, is it just like is it a council of vampires like on like the stories, or are you talking about like, you know, is like a one vampire or like a vampire lord or something like that?
Do you think one vampire could handle themselves in the city? They have spawn.
I don't know. The fuck? That's why I'm asking you. Like, what the fuck? You can't ask me questions like as if I should know the answer.
Yeah,
because I
there's more
don't.
than one vampire, and I don't know if it's only in Caliphas or if there were.
No, but I'm like, oh, so they all use you. So like they're all like together. And the rumors are true about them
mostly-
having orgies all the time, stuff like that.
I don't really know about that.
You do.
I do.
The DM is talking. Yes, I mean, of course. What the fuck?
Rosie, you do.
No, but as like Briar could just be lying, of course, right? Like, but when you do say that, I would like you to roll a bluff check when you say like, I don't know about any of these orgies, so-called orgies. Yeah, okay, she believes you. Yeah. She's like, oh, I thought that were like a thing, but it's not.
Where did you hear that from?
She kind of looks a little sheepish, and she's like, maybe I found some scrolls here and there that was like, you know, a little bit more of a fantasy of maybe probably like a story, but might have not actually happened or something like that. You know, like, you know, and you probably
I know,
yeah. She's like, is she describing like fanfic on scrolls right now? Maybe.
There's this series called Dusklight.
I just look at Rosie and I say, well, I suppose those vampires are a lot easier to handle than the real life ones.
Probably, yeah. So like, what did you do?
Promised those people stuff that they wanted. And then they got... I don't know, they probably got killed.
Roll another bluff check here. You would know if they got killed or not. Like you brought them in, like like you're their
50.
you're like their butler pretty much. Like they probably expect you to clean up after them most of the time, which is why you did that so easily and so willingly. Like it's just old habits come back, and you're like, oh, there's a lot of blood, there's a corpse, there's a mess. You're not the one who physically moves the corpse away, but you clean like the area. So you've watched this for sure. And she has a +4 to her sense motive, so she gets a 16. When you mention that you have no idea about what happens afterwards, she knows that you're lying, and she's like, "Oh, all right. Well," and
Rosie will remember that.
she puts a hand on your shoulder, and she's like, or on your elbow. Actually, she's much shorter than you. Well, one thing's for certain. I wasn't born on the sea, but I happen to be here, and because I am, I could be a different person. I'll tell you a secret. Coldwell, it's not my real last name. I found it off a dead sailor. I think it's Chalish or some shit like that. So, not even a halfling, last name.
So you just left your last name behind to start a new life.
Last name, first name. What is it? Out here, it doesn't really matter. The only thing that matters is the reputation attached to the name. Maybe it's time for you to make a new name for yourself. Don't let the past haunt you too much. Just look forward.
I guess. But I don't know what I will do once we get to the port.
Me neither. That's what I'm hoping the fucking captain will tell us about when he gets here. Alright. And we move on from there. So you did get one success and one failure. So take a cookie, and I'll give you 50 XP for that. Good bluff. Who wants to go next?
Pick up.
Alright, roll me a d20.
Okay, so Jacob gone.
I'm back. I was just... I heard everything. Don't worry.
Oh, you said Jacob. I thought you were volunteering yourself.
Oh, I can go.
Yep. Just roll d20.
50.
What does Nox do?
Well, aside from his usual duties, he is going to try to sneak into the captain's quarters. Very uncharacteristic of him.
I don't think you have to actually sneak in anywhere. You know what I mean? Like,
but he feels like he's shirking his duties doing this. So he's trying to be sneaky.
oh,
He may
okay.
not need to.
Okay. I think we established Rosio's up here. You're up here. Sindara's somewhere around there. Nox captain's quarters for some reason. Wait, where is the captain's quarter on this ship?
It's in here. You put an overlay over it.
Oh, I'm awesome. Yeah. Ah. There it is. Oh, it's huge. Totally forgot. Okay. Benji was up here. And Muna
was
was
up there.
here. Owlbear. All right. When you bust into this room, when you sneak into a room, go ahead, roll a stealth check, I guess.
That one. It's
Yeah.
a 2.
That's a natty 1. Go ahead and take a cookie from the cookie jar.
Oh yeah, my first cookie.
When you like, how is Nox trying to like? Where is he starting from, and where is he?
He was walking up here,
Yep,
and that's where he chimed in on the conversation.
sure.
And he's just kind of walking around,
Trying to sneak.
fiddle with some ropes here, like looking over his shoulder, like is anyone watching me, very overtly. And
Okay.
then he's like, "Okay, I am good." And then he just walks in there.
I just imagine it's like the Emperor's New Groove, like Crump.
Yeah, I was also
He
about to
he tiptoes in there, like
Yeah.
keeps looking from side to side as he goes.
Okay.
Exactly.
As you walk in, you hear like you actually feel like somebody's like, and you jump out of your bones like pretty much leap out of your like chest as like big meaty paw clamps your shoulder. Brother,
Oh, brother.
I saw you walk here. I just think you want food?
No, this is little secret.
Secret.
But
I like secret.
Yes, very, very secret.
Oh,
I-
what is the secret?
I was trying to. I'm not whispering, by the way.
Yeah, he's not. He's shouting.
Yeah, no, I'm just talking normally.
Okay.
I wanted to see, because there was maps and things in here, so I wanted to
You can read
see.
maps?
No, I have no idea what's on them.
Oh. Why are you
But
looking
I-
for them?
But there must be things that you can draw with in here on the maps. I saw it before when they were deciding where we should go.
I think you can use blood.
Okay.
You could, but that gets messy and smells
Oh,
sometimes.
smells okay. Not bad.
It's not too bad. I'm kind of used to it, but it won't do for what I. You see, I had this dream last night of
Dream?
very. Yes.
You can see he's genuinely like racking his brain right now. Dream.
Yes, it was.
Cream. Steam?
Something like that. I am not exactly sure what dreams is, but that was it. It is like seeing things in another world.
Roll me a diplomacy check here. Yeah, you lost him. Like he's just like, you can see.
I think I lost myself, to be honest.
Like his expression just gone. Like you can see like it's like zoned out. And as you continue to talk about like your dream, because everyone loves to listen about other people's dreams, right? And like yeah, like you're explaining the dream to him. I think you're explaining what a dream is first, and then what your dream might be. What was it though?
He gets that far in the explanation on the dream, and then he goes like, You know what? I don't know what dream is.
Albert goes, huh? And I think you take it as like a prompt to tell him about your dream.
Okay, so forget about the dream. I did not have any dreams. I don't know what it is.
Okay, and then he glasses over again. But you keep talking.
I saw a very, very beautiful woman.
Oh, you got his attention again.
And
It's like a dog seeing a ball.
Woman!
and her smile was it was like magic.
Oh. Mammy.
So I wanted to try and draw her. I felt inspired.
His eyes light up. Me want to see.
I am not sure I could do her justice, but I will try.
No! Me want to see now!
Well, let me find something to draw with then.
Alright. Roll me a perception or an appraise check as you appraise the room.
Oh my!
You know what? Fuck it. We're gonna do the praise one. It's worse, but.
Hey, small DC.
Let's go!
Alright. I mean,
Smooth brain.
it, like you find various utensils that fit the same size of like a fountain pen, right? Maybe like a fork. Or hey, what's up, Dante? Spoon, candlestick, and several drawing instruments, paintbrush, pens, quills, ink. Well, you don't know the ink yet, but you have all the utensils, right? And you found like that there's parchment, there's maps, obviously there's fountain inks, there's black stuff, and you know there's also colors, like like a cartographer's kit almost. Let's say cartographer plus calligrapher. Like we have all those two kits here.
Right. In that case, I start drawing.
All right. What is this? A perform check or a craft? Oh man, like making a piece of art could be craft art, or it could be, I guess, technically perform art.
I guess so. I think it's usually craft. Actually.
All right. So you're not. Are you? Do you have craft art or?
No.
Okay. Alrighty. It's just the craft. So put a craft art anyways if you're gonna be drawing often. But obviously no skill ranks to it, and we'll just put the DC at 15. To well, we'll tier it, right? 15 is the minimum, as like that's gonna be like, you know, the anything less than 15 is unrecognizable as a woman, pretty much.
A stick figure with boobs.
You know, like for especially for Albert, who needs more than that. And then 20 is like silver, and 25 is gold. Like, so.
Get a gold star if I hit 25? Hell yeah. I'm not gonna hit 25. I literally can't.
Yeah.
What if he hits an at 20?
Oh shit, man!
shit!
Let's go!
Oh,
He truly did feel inspired.
Fuck.
God
And
damn.
with that, I will actually say, you maybe actually describe the lady, Selena, I believe is her name. Shaylin, sorry. Like the lady Shaylin begins to move through Nox, and something just like possesses Nox. In a flurry of pages, paper, and ink, and even some color as well. Not there's not like a artistry type of like thing going on here. Like there's no artist paints, but there are some other shades of color that they use to like annotate on the maps. Right, map can't just be all the same color. I'll say they use like different small other colors that you can add into your art. What is it that Nox begins to draw?
Right. So, funny thing about Shaylin is because she's the like personification of beauty, she appears different to everyone to suit everyone's taste.
Okay.
What does she appear like to Nox? I did not think about this ahead of time.
Liz from Encanto.
A mother
Right.
who loves you.
Good. I don't know about that. Give me some time to think about that, because now I have to figure out what Nox's preferences are in a woman, and I did not think about this ahead of time.
Okay, so Owlbear's gonna be like, whoa, oh, and after your final flourish of the pen, you turn around and Owlbear's gone, long gone. You've been drawing here for what seems to be like a matter of hours. So this nat 20 doesn't even mean like, you draw something fantastic. Like you had a nat 20. You drew something extraordinary for anyone on this ship, and something that takes that long, like something that takes that much precision and tech skill and whatever, like it takes hours and hours to draw. So I'm gonna say you spend the whole day doing this, and then think of like what extraordinary piece of art Nox has drawn up. While we move on to Muna, Benji, or Leonard.
You want to go in here or should I?
You can go.
Okay. First, you wanted the 20, right?
Yep.
10.
Okay. What is it that Muna does for the day?
Since yesterday, how has Sil been like reacting, or like since I may or may not have killed a friend of hers?
You can roll a sense motive check here, or a general perception check of like the whole crew.
So I'll just do a perception then. 7.
Yeah, I mean everything's great.
Why wouldn't it?
Yep. It doesn't really seem like. I mean, you guys have food. You guys have water. You're not dead.
I took
You're
a
free?
good decision that helped the crew.
Yeah. I mean, you don't have to worry about dying anymore.
Yeah.
Like, yes, life is good.
Okay. Yeah, Himuna would like to try to during the day strike up a conversation with Sil.
Sure. What do you say? So Sil, I'm just gonna say Sil is a swabber, so she's just like doing these menial tasks, cleaning, tying ropes, unfurling sails, just all the small little maintenance bits that keep a ship afloat.
Well, since we're on different duties, I would like to whenever like she's off, or like whenever she has like some time, since it wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean there's no rigid structure, right? Like Leonard isn't setting a schedule, so like she does it when she wants to, but like which is like to occupy her time.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Alright, great. So whenever I like find a chance,
Yeah,
just
I mean she's just kind of milling about.
yeah, I would walk over to her and like, first, like be quiet for like a handful of seconds, and then go. I would like to apologize
The
for what.
fuck? You gotta let somebody know if you're going to just sneak up on them.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't sneaking. I wasn't trying to. So I guess I also apologize.
Why are you so quiet?
I don't know. It's my culture.
What?
If you grew up where my people comes from, you would learn to walk quietly, I guess. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, doesn't matter. I mean, people walk quietly everywhere. Just you always just look like very. Anyway, doesn't matter. What's up? What do you want?
Well, I just essentially came to apologize for the decision I did yesterday.
Oh,
I know she was a friend of yours.
Friends are strong word with Aretta. She didn't really have friends, if you know what I mean.
No, I get it. I saw you two together. You were part of her crew then, if we could call it that. Her
I mean,
gang.
fine, you caught me. We fiddled around a few times.
Well, then I did know that, but I'm also sorry for ruining that then. I just meant I heard the two of you try to, teach Briar about some manners.
Yeah, that was. Look, listen, hey man, I just do what I have to just to survive.
No way, I meant
right?
if anyone, Briar should be taught her manners. There's nothing against that. That's just why, in my assumption,
and
I thought you two were
honestly,
like maybe friends.
Master Scourge is the one who told Aretta to do it. Just want you to let you know. Like Aretta might have been like alpha dog or whatever you want to call her, alpha bitch, I guess. But like she would never overstep the, like authority above her.
She did what she was told.
She did what she was told. I mean, she enjoys it, right? I don't. She enjoys it.
Well, okay. Well, I mean, at this point it feels weird. Done apologizing for that. I realized the decision I did yesterday might have seemed ruthless and harsh. I tried to do what's best for the ship, and if that was hurtful against a relationship of yours in the past, then I would apologize for that.
What's your deal? Why do you even give a shit?
Why?
What, you wanna... Are you looking for a warm body at night? Is that what it is?
No.
Come on, let's just be honest here. Why do you even care about what I think?
Why I care?
Yeah, why you care?
Because I've grown up with some rough people, and I would rather apologize now and mean it than having a situation escalating later.
Oh, you think I'm gonna like mutiny on you guys or something then, right?
No, what do you mean, you guys? How much you guys is you are?
Well, don't play stupid.
Sure, yes,
so
I am more aligned. I'm more aligned with Leonard than you are.
That fucking
I
crazy
agree with that.
big bald-headed monster who kills everything. And then and then Owlbear, who's like his fucking companion, or they're like partners now. They call each other brothers, but I'm not even sure. I think it's more sexual than that. And then Sandara's always hanging around with that like fucking guy that you always hang around with, the fucking whip. Then you have that small mouse and then the small halfling, and then the fucking they're talking about us over there right now. The three of them.
Yeah, they probably are. They, no offense, but some bitches love gossiping.
Well, no offense taken. What the fuck? Don't ever say that again. No, I'm not. Why are you laughing? I'm being honest.
Yeah, but
you don't get to say that. I get to say that. You don't get to say that.
Well, then, sure. With what I've grown up, sometimes, stuff escalate, and I would rather put an end to it now. Because I realized that could have hurt your feelings. But a woman who said she would keep killing us at night, even though we made it very clear that we would let her go on the next island, that was just a dangerous hazard.
Yeah, but I never actually believed her, one. And two, I don't think she would ever kill me in my sleep, so I was okay. So...
Sure. Well, considering she said it to my face and she kill everyone, At that time, she didn't specify who or not was not part of everyone.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure she would have let me go. I mean,
You know, then, that's good for you in that scenario. I just decided, I took a decision. I realized that might have hurt your feelings. And for that, I would apologize. There's nothing more to it. I'm not trying to, a warm body or anything. I just come from, some people where sometimes, stuff can escalate. And would rather not have it lead to that,
all right, roll me a diplomacy check, or I guess intimidate if you want.
Yeah, trying to be more diplomacy.
The third. Okay, so there's no real like failure here. Oh, Nox, you get 100 XP for that crit.
Sweet.
So there's no really like failure here per se. It's just like degrees of like, right? Likability. 13, not great, but it's not, like super good, but it's not bad, right? It's like kind of in the middle, and I think that's the type of response you get. Lukewarm. Like where she's just like, hey, look, I appreciate, I guess, the apology, even though I don't really care about it. I kind of in that situation where like I don't give a shit, but you're doing it, so I guess it's okay. I didn't really even think about it like that. I mean, if you're going to start killing people without with impunity, like as in like there's rules on the ship, and generally the captain's the law. And that's what prevents other pirates and other sailors from killing each other, right? Because like they all have to follow that same law, except for like the people who are in charge don't get to that can not follow that law. So I guess in that case, when you killed Areta with impunity and nothing happened to you, that pretty much indicates that you are in charge of me in a way, or if this vessel somehow. And if I was to do the same thing, like go over there and slit that mouse's throat, I'd probably get punished and also, killed as well. Sound right?
I understand. Yeah, I understand that perspective. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, and that's the case, then, well, boss, all good here.
Don't say that to me, but okay, I get your point.
Yes, master, yes. Is there anything else I could do for you today, master?
No, there's nothing you can do for me, no.
All right. Well, now we know what this relationship is. I'm waiting for that, time for you all to tell us what the fuck is gonna go on, and what our future is gonna be, because we're all still waiting for the captain to tell us that,
Yeah, I'm not sure he has any ideas of anything.
Oh, well then, fuck. That's all I have to say. Fuck.
Mutiny. What? No.
Well, you're saying it, not me.
I'm joking. No. Well, off I go then.
Yeah. So I'm gonna give you we'll give you like 25 XP for that. Like, I know Muna could have done better, much better, but still, there's no like negative to this.
Pardon me if you heard that.
No. With a plus 10 to your diplomacy, can you take a 20? Is that even like is that something?
Don't think you can take 20 on diplomacy, because taking 20 is like, when it's about like lockpicking or crafting. If I had to take 20 in this conversation, I would need to have the same conversation with her essentially 20 times.
Right. Something that you can practice in home.
And at one point,
yeah,
it's
okay. All right. Yeah.
Like a sales pitch could be like take a 20, but like random conversations.
Maybe I could have taken 10.
Yeah. But I mean, at that point, roll for it, because you have plus 10. So no point in.
Taking 10 doesn't mean you get a 10. Taking 10 means that you get 10 plus modifier.
Plus, your modifier, which would have been a 20. You could have taken a 10.
Okay. Well, I didn't know you allowed it on those type of rolls, but good to know.
Well, I mean, I guess you're right about diplomacy, though. You know, like that would just be. This is something that wasn't really prepared for, so I think it works. In some other cases, I think maybe like it will work. Okay, so 25 XP for that. Cool. Is there anything else you do?
No.
All right, so now we're down to Benji or Leonard.
I don't really want to do much. I think Benji would just like to spend some time on deck learning stuff about actual sailing from the other people,
Yeah.
and not just about cooking.
Roll a d20 for me.
Oh yeah. That's a 17.
Okay, nice. Or is it? Not sure. All right, so Benji, who would you like to learn some sailing stuff from?
I think I.
I'm gonna exclude any of the obvious people, which is like your party group members, the other characters.
I mean, she should learn from the master himself.
No.
Cog.
Oh, no, I meant like you can't learn from any of the rest of them, obviously.
Okay. Well, when I'm on deck, do I observe anyone looking very proficient?
It's a good question. Go ahead and roll me a perception check. We'll just say this is a DC 10.
That's a 12.
Okay. There is someone that you there are two that kind of stick out to you. Those two are Jaundice, who is a rigger, so you can see him scrambling about. Unlike more the above of the ship, where like the masts and like are connected to each other with pulleys and ropes and all that. Like that's where he's like working around with in the nets on the side of the ship as well. And you can see like he puts in a lot of work because right now the person who would help him and he would kind of use as a tool essentially would be Knox, who's not here the whole day. So Jaundice looks like fuck. He's like fuck. I'm like just so busy, but he wordlessly, with no complaint, obviously, does the work. Fip, on the other hand, is a little bit different. He's like the exact opposite. More swabbers, but he's all about like working as least as possible with the most maximum output he can get. So you can see him like the way he swabs the deck, the way he ties a rope seems like he's been around as a like he knows all the shortcuts and the so which one would you like
Okay.
to learn from?
I think Benji would go to Jaundice Jape, mainly because he won't talk,
Okay.
and just kind of follow his directions and watch what he does and tries to like copy.
Okay. So I'm gonna say get me a well, I think this is another use for the appraisal check. As you appraise the way that he is working. Oh, Dante, sorry.
That's a 14.
Appraise is now being used as investigate, pretty much. And so if at any point you like would have put in a skill in investigate instead of something else, you can do that now. It's kind of like recon one skill rank. I feel like.
All right.
14. Yeah, I think you have like a pretty good I'll give you 50 XP for that. I think you have a pretty good day of learning the ropes. I mean, the DC here was 5 because there's so much for Benji to learn. Right? Like everything is like kind of like new to him. So, yeah, you succeeded by another point. I'm going to say you're almost like you probably need some more time to get the profession. But you're starting to make your way there. And also, Jaundice has a pretty good time, with you. Like, I think, does Benji like strike conversations up with him, or is Benji more like just kind of matter of fact, like ask only
Yeah.
when necessary?
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, he's like, he specifically chose Jaundice Jet to be quiet around.
Roll me a diplomacy check for Jaundice. You can make this with advantage.
Okay. 17.
Yeah. So on a 17, you can tell, like, Jaundice is perhaps someone who appreciates, like, the quieter things. And you could tell, like, he might not show too much affection on his face or something like that, but there is a moment where he does like clasp your shoulder in a very like colleague type of way.
Okay. I'm finally making friends. It's only been like 50 years on this ship.
It's only a second long, but he
In Benji's eyes, that's like,
What about Faust? No, not Faust.
the fuck?
Fjord. The original cook.
Ambrose.
no. Benji doesn't like him.
He's going through some shit right now.
Yeah, that's why I was avoiding the kitchen.
Okay. So
Is he back in the kitchen, or is he like still down in the hold? Just
he travels, like he freaks out wherever he goes. But I think he has mainly removed himself to the bottom of the hold because you guys don't go there. So, all right, Benji. With that 17, I'll give you another 25 XP for that. As you not only have you increased your skills in sailing, but you also have increased your relationship with Jaundice. I also would like you, as you do this, as the day is starting to wind down a little bit, Benji, roll me a Leonard. Well, actually, you're last, so it doesn't matter.
Roll me a Leonard.
Roll me a Leonard. Benji, roll me a perception check with advantage here. As the waves get calmer, more people start leaving, and nighttime comes, or dusk, evening come. This is when like most people like kind of like the rough waters get to calm down, and they kind of go down below deck and kind of all break fast with each other. So this is like one of those rare few moments where you're kind of one or the only one on deck. And I'll move these people around out.
I rolled a 12.
Okay. No worries. I'm gonna move you. Okay. So 12 is a failure. Go ahead, take a cookie.
Yay. Cookie.
the cookie down.
It's not a lot of people say yay when I say it's a failure. So I'm glad the cookies are working at least.
I want a cookie.
Okay.
Wow, we are in the sea.
You're supposed to be in the sea. Oh, all you guys. Yeah, I'm just gonna leave you guys out in the sea real quick until, just in case,
Taking
like
a swim.
anyone wants to come up or something like that happens, then you can. But obviously, no. Obviously, you guys are just out, not in here. So with a 12, Most failures. I don't know. If I forget, then I forget. But and it's since we're in RP mode, not combat mode, it doesn't slow us. It doesn't really matter. But okay. Benji, you're kind of like going over the ropes again, or like what is Benji doing? Like to be a little bit distracted, just a tiny bit distracted.
Yeah, I guess just focusing on not falling.
Not falling. Oh, from the rigging.
Yeah.
Ah, okay. Okay. Cool. And so go ahead, roll me a acrobatics check or a climb check. Up to you.
I'm
Acrobatics
gonna
is
do acrobatics.
you falling, but catching yourself.
18.
Okay. You said 18?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So acrobatics means that like you kind of slip a little, but catch yourself easily and like kind of do like that whole swinging thing. And as you're swinging, it's really hard. It was kind of hard for you at the beginning to like really get the swinging dynamics down, right? Like, you know, you're not a born swashbuckler. You're not going to be swinging around like on ropes and stuff all the time. But yeah, but like you're beginning to find the joys of like, you know, being on a boat a little bit too much before you hear really close by the ship as a burst of thunder just fills the air. Your eardrums ring, and then right next to it, you just hear as another roar of thunder goes off. You immediately spot there's like these two like huge jellyfish floating above the water. You know, like they're translucent bulb of a head, like you know, maybe like 10 feet off the ground, glowing like some sort of magical energy within. And each of these like stringy tendrils kind of just barely glide over the ocean's surface, and then you can see like there are schools of fish who are running away, but then you see like this small little turtle. I'm so immune to turtles in this campaign. This small little turtle I kind of unknowingly swim by, and then you hear that as like you see blue like electric static like come travel down from the bulb down one of these tendrils and just like gets the water where the turtle is swimming in, and the turtle just like kind of flips over and floats to the surface. Then a second later you hear as the thunder roars out, and you see two of these very close to the ship. They're big and scary, perhaps.
Okay. I'm not gonna yell. I'm not gonna yell IRL because there are other people in the house.
Okay.
But yeah, Benji's gonna yell. Stuff incoming! We're in danger!
Okay. Everyone roll a perception check. Actually, everyone can take a 10 on their perception checks. If they would like to, and just know, like, you hear the thunder, you hear Benji.
No, depends on the DC.
No, I have a
The
minus
DC is
3.
like-
I would like to roll.
Oh, the DC is, I would say, 5. It's
I'll
it's
take it then.
incredibly easy to hear this thunder. It's like shaking the walls of the ship with the vibrations of the sound. Like you don't even need to have ears to know that there's like sound coming. But unless you're distracted. So all of you guys hear this. And for anyone who's deaf, you can feel the vibrations of this.
suppose.
gonna run it.
All right, move your
Both
tokens up.
able to exit the captain's quarters, see who interrupted my drawing session.
Ooh, Nox. Well, I did say it's like you draw up until the nighttime, so I don't know exactly when the nighttime is. So you
Should roll
tell.
perception just to see, actually.
Yeah, and roll with disadvantage.
Yeah, okay.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, man,
Yep.
that's-
Nope. Yep. You are just still in the captain's quarter.
I am too focused.
Are you sure you don't want to roll that second one?
You want to see if I get a net one?
Nope. All right.
Says-
Take a cookie, please. And Benji, you can also take a cookie. You already did, maybe. What was that first cookie for?
Yeah, it was for failing the perception. check.
Okay. All right. So, and you can turn those in at any time at the end of the session too, as well, if you want. So, as everyone begins to climb up onto the deck of the ship, Benji, go ahead and roll me a knowledge nature, or knowledge. What would be like a praise check, a knowledge nature check, a knowledge arcana check is probably the best one. Knowledge nature is second best. Or just as flat like a appraise roll. Or if you have like a craft alchemy, I will give you advantage on your knowledge roll. So how that is gonna work is like whatever like bonus you get for your craft alchemy, you can add that to your knowledge roll for nature arcana. Or just roll me like an appraise.
Both are the same for me, so I'm just gonna roll.
All right. You're just gonna get
18.
okay.
And my bonuses for alchemy or crafting alchemy, I think, are 4.
4. Okay. So
Yeah.
we'll add the 4 on top of that, which will make it a 22. Good roll. 25 XP right there. You can definitely tell that they're relatively harmless, docile, right? Like they're feeding. There's no reason for them to really attack you for any reason. They are not like lightning or thundering like magically, so it's not like they're like a spell or something. They're not like magical like that. So it doesn't matter if like you're wearing metal or not. You know, they're not attracted to you. They're simply just trying to find food and feed, and you know that they won't attack you unless provoked. But they do contain the jelly, like the thunder, and they're called thunderhead jellies, jellyfish. You know that the jam that's in their bulb, it's like filled with jam, and you know it's magical jam that can be used for alchemical purposes or even for cooking purposes.
And some wild peanut butter jelly times.
Yeah. Yeah. They call it's like a jam because it has the consistency of jam, but it's translucent. And it's obviously not like a preserve.
Well, I'm alone right now. So I'm not taking them on by myself if we're taking them on.
No, I mean eventually like the party members like, you know, make their way to you, of course.
Oh
Okay,
my
I'll
god, what
just
is
tell
that?
them. Okay, these are thunderhead jellies.
They
Oh
deleted
gosh,
our boat.
we're dying.
Oh.
These are thunderhead jellies. So they probably won't hurt us if we won't hurt them, but the stuff inside their heads is very, very valuable.
Well, Captain, what do you say?
What do we have on our ship right now? It's full of loot and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Cal?
Yes, but no one's checked what the loot is.
We haven't. Goddamn.
I mean, I have wasted. It's worth a lot. I did take a quick glance when we boarded the ship.
That's
It's
true.
mostly spices.
But I did discern that there was a lot of cargo
Oh,
down
right,
there.
you did do that.
Yeah. It was a mucho cargo. It was a mucho dinero.
Okay. Benji, do you know how dangerous those things are?
Do I know how dangerous they are?
This is probably where I'm gonna ask you for the just like straight nature check then.
11.
11. Pretty good roll. I mean, you probably know like they are big, right? And they zap people. So they're like I guess fairly somewhat dangerous. Like you wouldn't want to fight them if you didn't have to.
Okay. I'll tell Leonard then. Yeah, probably wouldn't want to fight them. They can give a nasty shock.
I'm gonna just look over the crew, see how they're looking.
I mean, if you want to jump in the water with thunder jellyfish, I'm not gonna stop you, but I'm sure as hell not gonna do it.
Anybody else?
I look neutral.
Knox?
Up there.
Oh, right.
Where am I? I'm up there.
And the rest of the crew, Cal? You're muted if you're talking, Cal.
He, in fact, was never muted. He just didn't care to say anything.
Alright. Leonard is just gonna say, they're living as bees, so let's leave them be. We don't really need the jam.
Okay, Captain.
But they are beautiful.
And you wanted to ruin that?
You talking to me?
Yeah, you?
All right.
I just said we're gonna let them be.
Yeah.
As you said, that one of them just zaps. No. And for maybe 2 to 3 hours, like most of the crew start to go down.
When you got hit by lightning twice.
Yeah.
It was those guys.
It was those guys.
You motherfuckers! Arm the cannons! Or the ballistas.
Yeah, we'll just say like
ballistas? I'm not sure. I
you
see
guys-
them here, but I'm not sure they're actually there.
yeah, you guys do have ballistas, so you definitely use those. But I would just say like for like a couple of hours for people that like haven't seen them before. Just like watch them, and how they feed is that so like you watch as it shocks them, the turtle, and then like with this tendrils like just kind of like hover over this corpse of this turtle. Tendrils like kind of trying to hold it in place, and eventually just floats on by. Take a look at the corpse of the turtle, and it doesn't look like anything has been eaten, like physically damaged to the corpse. Some scorch marks here and there, but that's it.
Benji, is it safe to get the turtles and make them for supper?
I wouldn't advise eating things that were electrocuted.
Why not? Are they just cooked? Kinda.
No, it's more than that. It's not nutritious at all.
Yeah, I know. That's a waste, but maybe someone down there is gonna have a meal.
See another
Maybe they're-
turtle.
Yeah.
A bigger turtle
They're
come.
cannibals.
Eat the other turtle. All right. Okay. So, and last but not least, yeah.
I would like to ask Leonard. Leonard, can I talk to you for a minute?
Sure, I have some time.
I hear a lot of people on this ship are kind of unhappy with the passiveness of the captain's ship, such as there's not really. I'm trying to, like, interpret what I've been told and what I've heard. Like, there's not really been, any information about, like, what will happen, what will we do with the loot, how will we split the loot. There was something said about maybe selling the ship or, like, something like that.
At the game, did we talk about the plan with everybody, or was that just like an us thing?
I think maybe that was just an officer meeting, it sounded like. At least the NPCs in the ship doesn't feel like they've been hurt. Or know anything.
Quite frankly, I don't think you guys actually know anything really either. What to
Yeah,
do.
no, well, I mean, I don't. That's why I'm also asking, because, like, I'm just going with, like, stuff I heard. That people are uncertain. So...
No, that's... I'm not really sure how loot is done on the ship with so many people. This is also out of the game. Like, let's say all the loot here, we traded in just for gold. Does everybody get an equal cut?
I'm not sure how Cal did it on the other one, but I heard something like that, like, it goes... Everyone gets an even cut, but the ship gets, like, 3.
And that is like for maintenance and whatever.
For maintenance and for food and, like...
Yeah.
So people don't have to take their own pirate booty and spend it on rations when they're sailing on the ship.
Yeah. Good.
That's at least something I maybe read or heard from another campaign or something, but I guess...
That sounds familiar, yeah.
But that's up to Cal, if that's how Pirates does it, like they did something else on his.
Well, I mean, it's not split evenly. Like generally, it depends on your status on the ship.
Sure.
Like so, piracy is always a form of, always has started as like a byproduct of war, right? And so like generally you don't have a lot of farmers just go on a ship and start pirating. But what you do have a lot of Navy men who are for some reason out of work or for something, right? Turn pirates most of the times. Like, otherwise it's incredibly difficult to learn how to become a pirate or a sailor. So in terms of like so in terms of like how it works is like there's pirates, even though they're pirates, they still have hierarchy and structure. That's why you have like captain, officers, like first crew, second crew, stuff like that. So it's still like very rigidly structured.
Oh, so that's what people are used to in like this world.
Yeah, like it's like they're used to like like you're not gonna find a ship or a good many ships at least that it's like a democracy or like ran by more than one person or that doesn't follow this structure.
Yeah. Oh, but I think we're also just like asking about like how does people like split the loot?
I mean, you guys wouldn't really know that, and as your characters as well, they just kind of gave you the loot, right? Like they did, like when after you guys got the plunder, the first ship, when you took the Dremmark, it was like they were just like as everyone was celebrating, the officers are getting together to divvy out the loot,
No way.
and so you just got a fat check. That's like all you know.
Oh, well, I mean, I should go to then like I don't. You could always ask your maybe girlfriend. Not sure what she is to you. You know, been pirate longer
mean
than any
Sindara?
of us. Yeah.
Yeah, I also needed to talk to her about the whole pirate thing before I talk to the crew.
But just I mean, considering you are the captain, that like captain, oh mighty one. Maybe that is gonna sound wrong, but like do some captaining. Make some decisions. Or if you don't know what to do, since we probably have equal amount of pirate experience, talk to some people about what is normal.
I mean, everybody's doing their job on the ship, and the decision has been made to go to a rickety squibs, whatever it's called.
So, what about the treasures below?
Well, when we get there, we're gonna decide. But yeah,
Oh, fine. I mean, I'm just saying there's some, just whispering on the ship.
I appreciate the heads up.
Right? Yeah. Well.
Okay.
Good evening.
You too.
Leonard, what does Leonard do for the third day of sailing here? And it's like with some conference with Ambrose, maybe like in his in the states where he's like lucid enough and like to put together enough where he's just like able to communicate without flipping shit. He I guess like he would tell you that you guys are probably like a day away from port.
All right. Now, first, I want to talk to Sindara. So, gonna find her.
All right, sure. You find Sindara. I will say, let's move you guys back to the other map. In the lower hold, probably. Just hanging out. Put Muna back on the deck. There we go. Still working. And I'll say she's like checking in on Cog, who was like the most hurt out of everyone in that fight. Besides you, of course.
I'm gonna come down, see her. I'm just gonna ask. Yeah, how's he doing?
He's sleeping, which is good. But yeah, I think he's much better. So that's good.
Good to hear. Any permanent damage?
Well, you can't cure ugliness, so.
Well, that's good to hear.
Oh,
I
that's
hear
much good to hear.
I hear this is his last job before retirement.
I wouldn't know.
Alright.
Is this like an old cop? It's my last day before retirement. No.
I would like to talk to you for a bit. Mind coming to the captain's cabin?
Ooh, sure. You briefly realize that the captain quarters is utilized by Knox,
Mm-hmm.
and so you take your business elsewhere.
He
No,
can watch.
wait, is he still drawing?
Yeah,
Yes.
this is during the day while he is drawing. Before,
Oh, this
Yep.
is that day. Okay.
Yep.
Alright. Probably kind of like I probably walk in like, "Hey Knox, can you give us a minute?" And he's not responding.
yeah, no response.
Knox.
Yeah.
Nah. You know what? I'm not gonna risk it. Let's head
That's
back
probably
downstairs.
the appropriate. Yeah. No matter how
Paper
gentle Knox
smoking.
tries to appear, yeah, no matter how gentle Knox tries to appear, you've all seen too much of what he's capable of to not be like somewhat intimidated.
Alright, then we're probably gonna head over here. It's like from the ship.
Sure.
Alright. First
Yeah.
I have a question.
You're not going to ask me to be your girlfriend or anything, right? Oh,
Say again?
I'm sorry. It's just, I've had men come up to me and ask me to be their girlfriend, or wife, or something in the past, and I just want to let you know that the only partner I need or will have is Vesmara.
You're a priestess, so that makes sense.
Oh my, I've dedicated my life to her. So she saved me. So
I mean, I admire that.
yeah, she saved me from drowning. I think I've already told you that, right?
I recall something along those lines, yes. But no, that
Okay.
wasn't what I was gonna ask you.
Yeah. Oh, sorry.
First, I just-
that's embarrassing. Then I'm very sorry. I apologize. That's kind of rude of me to assume. I'm very sorry.
No, it's all right. Don't worry about it. You just said it happens a lot, so
I didn't know you were
don't-
gay, so my bad.
well, I don't share everything.
She just chuckles. It's like, so what is it? What's going on with the formality?
Well, first, I just have kind of like a general question of since you've been doing this a lot longer than I have,
Sure, not too much longer, but yeah.
how is loot usually dealt with on the ship?
Oh, well, we go, we plunder, and we get paid. Well, I guess some arbitrary system that the captain and his officers have thought up or something. I mean, I guess some ships I've heard is like they get wages instead of plunder. But then we have a bunch of plunder, so, and I don't know. I mean, I never got any like goods, if that's what you're asking. Like I've never got like any of the cargo, just always just gold. Or jewels, or weapons. Like my hat right here, this was a bonus for me in one of the fights. So just so happened to heal, I think it was Grok, in mid-battle. Because she really likes to get into the fights, but then she's not with us anymore. So
Yeah, that was happened so fast. I didn't even see it until it was too late.
Right.
But all right, I'll give it a little more thought. See
Just
how
give
we're
us
gonna
like
do
I mean, yeah, like I don't know. It's to be honest, I don't think there are any officers on board this ship anymore. From the previous ship, so
yeah, I mean, that's kind of the new idea. It's
Albions are
raw.
not, so
no, he's not. He was chained up.
he's in the officers category.
Because he was like a pet to officers. He wasn't really like an officer.
Because he's still on Rangers then.
No. If anything,
Bro.
he maybe because he has the same rank as what's her face, Caldy, the slave girl, not slave girl, ship's girl. That's what they call her.
I'm just gonna say, like, I think we're gonna do away with the officer underling thing. We're all gonna be equal. We're gonna have a leader just to, have like decisiveness and like split moment. Not split moment.
But
I'm blanking on the word. When we're in battle.
right.
And a tiebreaker, of course, if we can't make a decision.
Okay. What you're talking about is something radical.
Something what?
Like radical. Like it's really hard for people to wrap their minds around a system that doesn't involve like leadership or hierarchy, right? Like I just spent like a few minutes like explaining how important the hierarchy was to any vessel on the open waters. Like 99% of vessels. When I said many, I meant like 99% of the vessel kind of shared the same hierarchy.
Oh.
No matter what foreign power you see, like they all, like all navies
it doesn't matter if it's pirate or.
Yeah, like all navy, because pirates are like an offshoot of navies, right? Like you can't have pirates. Like they're not farmers, like they're sailors at one point. And so like and they, I guess like yeah, because merchants aren't also quote unquote sailors as well. So like so what you're saying is very radical. Go ahead,
What
roll
breed
me
of
a
Vikings?
but they're not. Yeah, that. They still had leadership though. There is still rankings in Vikings. So, like you have the jarls, then you have the the actual chief or whatever.
All right, then no, he wouldn't have said that.
But
No,
did.
but you did. But so roll me a diplomacy check. That's fine because it makes sense that Leonard wouldn't know that, right?
Mutiny.
All right, then yeah, if Leonard doesn't know, he would have said that. And 25.
Okay. So for a minute, you see like utter bafflement and confusement on Sindora's face, and then
Like,
you
this
see
dumb fucker.
like her eyebrows raise up, and her mouth kind of, her lips are like really thin right now, like kind of like pursed, and then they kind of swarm like shape into a smirk, and she kind of looks at you and she's like, wow, that is like revolutionary. I mean, you're brilliant. You're like, that's going to change everything. Why can't we all be equal? That maybe we get gold or plunder based on the amount that we put in, not like how much the captain likes us.
Yeah, exactly. Like
Not allowed to communism.
Like,
I was thinking for loot, let's say magical items like weapons, armor, that gets dispersed to people who do, let's say, the most fighting, who will find it more useful. While gold and other shit like that will just divvy it up equally, so everybody gets an equal share.
everyone gets an equal share. Like, why didn't we think of that?
That's not so ironic. Why did we think of that?
I mean, it works. I can't see any downside to it at all. It just seems so simple, so obvious that we just. And she touches you on your forearm, just says, "Look, Leonard. Despite all things that have happened, I think you make quite a good captain, and quite a handsome one at that too. So, yeah, keep up the good work. And when you're ready to address the crew, I'll be there to help you in any way."
I appreciate the kind words. Alright, so there's another thing I want to talk to you before addressing the crew, and to be honest, I'm not sure how you're gonna take this. So, I've talked with some of the crew already, and we're deciding to no longer be pirates. We're gonna be, shit, what was it called, Cal? Free ship, free crew?
Free captains.
Free captains. Wait, captains, plural?
That's what they're called. They're called free captains. They're not pirate captains. They're called free captains. They're just a boat. It's just a boat out in the water with crew.
But no, I'm asking, like, for, you have a pirate captain and you have pirates. So you have the free captain, and what would, like, be the crew?
Sailors? No. Sailors.
Free sailors.
No, they're not free sailors. It's just sailors. Like, it's unmarked. A free captain can
Freedom
be...
sailors. American sailors.
Proud to be an American. That's the sea shanty. And
Sweet liberty.
For Earth.
Democracy.
So
The patriotism.
this, it's not the black flag, it's the red, white, and blue flag. All right. So yeah,
I just say we're not gonna be pirates anymore, but free sailors, free captain.
well, if that's what you decided as the captain, I mean, no one is going to, I guess, go against what you say. There are many famous free captains out there. What is it exactly do you think a free captain does?
Riches
I
and
guess
beauty.
whatever they want.
Right. And so sometimes some people consider that the same agenda as a pirate. Really. So they are interchangeable at times. I just want to say, like, it's just like there is no like one side pirate, one side free captain. I've seen good pirates and I've seen bad free captains. So like it's just all kind of intermingled. Yeah, here on the Shackles, like, we're all very, very amorphous, more like gray, shades of gray. Yeah. Situation.
Yeah, I think that's a bit of a problem. I don't want it to be like just a shade of gray. I want us to go a bit lighter, if you know what I mean.
That's racist. You're racist.
He's like, no blacks?
Well, even the situation calls for it.
Like, that's, I mean, okay, lighter in what way? Because like it could be light for you but dark for someone else. Like that's what we're trying to say. Like I think it all depends on the situation you find yourself in.
Yeah. Alright, something concrete. Well, for example, we're not gonna attack and raid merchant ships anymore.
Oh. What if they attack first?
Then it's free game.
Okay, and then after we dispatch of them, what do we do with the cargo that they hold?
There'll be a ways to just sink it to the bottom of the sea or just let it drift. So then we take it.
She has this wide grin on her face, and she's like, "You see, it's just a fine line. One day we're saying we won't attack them until they attack us. Next day we're saying we should attack them to just get the advantage on them. They're going to attack us anyway. You see how like
No,
it could progress?
no, this is like something that's gonna be solid. This is, you could say, a fundamental rule for us. We never throw the first punch. We don't start a fight, but we will finish it.
Jesus Christ over here.
Who's Jesus?
Yeah, it's a pirate. You don't know him. He had this theory of like, you get hit with one on one cheek, you turn the other, and you know all that happened was the other one got hit, and then they sank his ship, and then yeah, killed him. So
When he was really popular, he could turn water to wine, which is the big hit.
except for not seawater, because then it makes the nastiest wine you've ever
I feel like
tasted.
I feel like Jesus could make seawater drinkable.
We're not talking about the actual Jesus Christ here. So, so yeah, like I mean, that is great in theory, and she like pinches your cheek as if you're like naive, right? Like a little cute, like you're a little cutie. She's like, I'm really glad to hear you say that, because I wouldn't have liked anyone who said anything otherwise. But I do have to warn you the hardships of sailing here in the Shackles. Maybe you should turn your attention to other areas. You know, you can always be a merchant vessel, trading vessel, you know, transport, anything. You know, you have more room than you can possibly want on this ship. But if you stay here long enough, if you stay here in the Shackles long enough, you will be met with a difficult decision. And sometimes it's just the lesser of two evils. I'll be ready for that choice in the future.
I won't really have a choice now, will I?
No, I guess not.
Right. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
Is that all you want to talk about, or is there something else?
Well, yeah. I wasn't sure how you're gonna take it, since, you know, who your goddess is and all that. So just wanted to make sure you're good.
Well, Besmara has my heart, of course. She is my savior, my best friend. I mean, she is the person the one thing I devote my life to. So, but not all pirates are bad, like I said, right? Pirating doesn't necessarily mean killing or plundering. Some just see it as a lifestyle, you know. So that's why I say like it's like interchangeable almost with a free captain. So as long as you're sailing here on the Shackles, I'll sail with you. But that's only if you remain here. If you decide to go elsewhere, then I'm afraid that's where we'll part.
Leonard looks like he's like thinking a bit. Then he nods, puts his hand like on her forearm and say, we're glad to have you.
Thank you. And as the two of you walk out of the room, you see that most of the crew has gathered. Knox.
Kyle's awake and he's alive, yay.
Yeah, Cog's awake. He's fine. The only person who's not on board on the deck is so I'm gonna say Leonard. Like people gather on the deck of the ship. There's rumors of like Leonard addressing the crew, and they kind of like
Who spread those rumors? I want to know.
who did, I don't know. And you can see like everyone's like on the deck, but they're not obviously in a crowd. They're trying to like everyone's just kind of milling about doing like tasks and stuff, but it's like conveniently like within earshot range of whatever you're, you know. And so as you walk out with Sundara,
We all start
there's
clapping.
yeah, just and then she has like a bouquet and throws it.
Yeah. Woo!
Did I just get married?
Yeah.
And it seems like, you know, like Sundara like kind of smiles at you and like slinks over to like to join the rest of the crew, and it's almost like everyone's now there at the deck looking at you. You do notice that 2 people are missing, Knox and Ambrose.
Ambrose, right?
Yeah.
That's a problem for another time. Alright, Knox. Yeah, let's leave Knox alone. Alright. He's gonna, like, climb up here so people can hear him better.
Okay.
Acrobatic check.
I think there is actually like a ladder or staircase you can use.
Alright, listen up, everybody. I have news. So, first, we're gonna be a different kind of pirate. Or free captain, or whatever the fuck you wanna call it. We're gonna be more adventurers. We're gonna go out there, see what we can find, take what we can, do whatever the fuck we want. But, one rule, we do not start fights. But we will finish them. If somebody wants to fuck with us, they're gonna pay, and we're gonna take everything they have. Now, if anybody's not alright with that, well, when we get to port, you can take your share of the loot, and we'll part ways.
Several hands shoot up as soon as you mention loot.
Like, questions, or?
Yeah, I guess.
Alright, before questions. So, the loot right now, what did Briar say the loot is? Is it just like random stuff we can sell
I
off, or
didn't
is
tell anyone else.
Yeah.
I went down there and was just appraising what is there.
when did you do that? Today or the day
No,
before?
it
On
was
the
like
very first
first
day
day.
when we entered the ship, no
Yeah.
one asked me what's down there.
Alright, could we do like a flashback thing where we like asked just Briar what are we working with? Like, what do we have?
That depends on
The
Briar.
thing is, do
Would
you
Briar
even know
share
that I went down there?
Wow. I mean, the question isn't.
I'm-
The question's reversed. Briar, would you have let anyone know that you checked the cargo? And also, B,
Like-
would anyone have checked the cargo themselves during
Yes,
this
I
time?
would have. Yeah,
Yeah.
I would have.
I wouldn't have told anyone that I go down and look at the cargo if anyone had shown interest, though.
Okay.
I would have told them.
There was a time where they were going to look for Ambrose and found him in the bottom hold too. So the people have also been down to the cargo. And Benji was.
I do not know.
Oh, Benji also
what
was looking for
Ambrose
stuff, right? I
did.
think like
Yeah, I was looking around, so I would have checked.
yeah, Benji would have also checked too.
I also don't know what Ambrose destroyed, though.
Right. Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Yeah, he was like destroying shit down there.
And people
I
did
would've
go down.
locked him in the room
So-
where we had
Yeah. Well, so I would say like, you know, several of the group has also been to the hold. So that question goes out, and you can never even tell like some of the other crew members have also ventured down to the cargo hold. That's why they're asking about it, right? Like, you're not gonna, if you see a room full of gold coins, you're gonna go. Like, you can't spend some right now for sure, but like, you're gonna look at them, see if they're real.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like most
I
people
would
know
have
what's
like
on the
asked.
gold.
Yeah. All right. So what is it? Is it just random stuff for selling, or is it is there a magic sword and blah blah blah?
No. It's all trade goods. Nothing else. What you discern to be just copious amounts of, in like the possible rumors is possible 6 digits worth of gold coin of cargo. We're talking about tons of like saffron,
Well,
tobacco.
you say 6 digits. Is that a million, or like hundreds of thousands?
Hundreds of thousands. Tobacco, cafe, chocolate. I think I've mentioned this to Benji as well. Like, Benji sniffed all this out. And like it's like trade goods, pretty much. Expensive ones too. I mean, the cheapest thing on here is the tobacco. And that sells like, one gold piece per pound. With that, well, Benji, roll me a appraisal check, please.
$11.
Okay. You can take a cookie. With that, and Muna, you can also take a cookie. With that knowledge, like, could possibly be almost, maybe even 100,000 gold coins in total worth of shit.
All right. Let's say we're working around.
Briar.
1,000.
Oh, sorry. Briar, you also roll me in praise. I don't remember what you rolled and what you should know. So we're also gonna redo that. You know the same exact shit. Wow.
All right. Now he's gonna speak
Do
up
I
and say,
also get a cookie?
Oh yeah. Get a cookie. Sorry.
he's gonna say, "All right, when we get to port, we're gonna sell off all those trade goods down there, and everybody will get an equal share. After that,
Fip yells out, "But we're going to Rickety Squibs. There's no fucking trading there."
where is the nearest trade port?
Yeah. They all kind of look at each other. As Syl says, "Oh, Peril?"
Isn't that on the other side of the continent?
Oh, right. Blood Cove?
We can find out when we get to land.
No, I mean,
Right.
where we're going is not going to have it, though, is all I'm trying to say.
All right. Thank you for the information.
Yeah.
Who said that, by the way?
Fip.
Shoot him.
Thank you, Viv. Kill all him now. Alright, well,
Who said that?
also
You?
remind
Kill
me,
him.
did
Kill him.
we
Throw him off.
did we say we're gonna trade the ship and sell it or whatever for a new ship, or are we keeping the ship? I don't remember.
You said
Um,
that you want a new ship. Right?
Yeah.
Kind of
Yes.
discussed out of character, I think, whether or not we wanted to do that. I don't think we actually discussed it in character, though.
No, I don't think so.
Oh,
Okay, so so I just want to say, as this continues this way, I think you're on the verge of disadvantage on your diplomacy check, and I will just say, like, if it continues in this manner, not that like not outside of character, but in the game, where there's just too many obvious gaps in your knowledge, it's gonna start going bad for Leonard, or possibly.
Yeah.
So like, I think. Well, roll me a sense motive here as you look out into your crew members, your fellow crew.
10.
10. I think with a 10, you're getting a vibe of like, and what Muna said as well. With Muna's preamble to this to you talking to the crew here, I'll give you advantage on this sense motive. You can roll that one more time. Let's just see which one's higher.
11.
Damn, what's wrong with roll 20, right? It's like it's just 10s and 11s.
Yeah.
That's crazy. Okay, with the 11, I think you understand that like they just want to know like 3 things, right? What's gonna happen when you get to port? What is what are you gonna do with the cargo? Depending on the first question. Number 3 is like the most important is, are they safe?
Are they what?
Are they safe?
Save. Okay. Alright, so could we do another flashback where, like, we talked about what we're gonna do with the ship? Because I thought we, like, talked about it, but I don't remember the outcome.
I think it depends. What is the consensus? Because we keep going back and trying to talk about it, but nothing ever actually gets decided upon. So I think in this case, as the captain and various attempts of this conversation of like, what do we do next, has just been, circles at this point. I think it's just up to you.
Oh yeah. But I don't want to make a decision for the whole group, like for the
Wasn't
ship.
the last thing said at one point, let's see when we arrive at the port?
Yes. So
Yeah,
that has always been.
I can just lay out my opinion on what I think we should do with the ship, and that's just my opinion on it. But we get to rigged scripts, we get it scrubbed. Since there's no trade there, we can't exactly get rid of our cargo there, so we get the ship scrubbed, possibly trading some of the cargo to do that. Then we sail it to a port that we can actually sell the cargo to. Once we've sold off the cargo, we try and look for a place where we can possibly trade in the ship for a smaller ship, more sized, better for our crew.
Yeah, that's what I remember too. But I don't remember did we.
That is what I think we should do. Of course, you're all welcome to come with your input.
No, I agree.
Nina?
I agree, but would a character have talked about it? Like, would you have set us all aside? I think it's the real question.
Yeah, I would. It's been some time, so I don't really remember, but I thought we did talk about it, but yeah. Actually, it was a session where you weren't here because I remember I messaged you, we decided, gonna be 3 captains and not find the old captain.
Yeah.
Okay, sounds like everyone is in agreement. We have a plan.
Those
Nina?
3 questions. Yeah, Nina, what is your opinion? It can be the
You're muted.
same one as everyone else. So it doesn't have to be.
I don't really care what we do.
Right.
Okay.
Alright.
Sounds like we're all in agreement.
So answer those 3 questions.
So yeah, basically Leonard is just gonna put it like as Jacob did. We're gonna get the ship scrubbed. Pay for it with cargo loot. We're gonna go to a trading center, trade the loot. Everybody's gonna get paid. Then we're gonna trade this ship in for a smaller ship to be managed by a smaller crew. And if anybody wants to retire or move on to a different crew, you're welcome to. No hard feelings.
All right, roll me a diplomacy check.
Okay. And I'm gonna do my low cantrip.
I would say also how you're going to split the loot actually too.
Sorry, say again.
The loot equally, right? I think you said everyone's gonna get equal share. Okay,
Yeah,
and then
because like when we took
anything,
this ship, we were basically all like just crew members.
Is it going to be like you guys take some of the proceeds to buy a new ship, right? Like so, like is the plunder just going to be the cargo or also the cost of this ship as well?
You mean for the new ship?
Yeah, like how are you guys, like whoever's quote unquote buying a new ship, how are they going to, like what are they going to use in terms of funds to buy that new ship?
Trade this in, and I mean we're trading it for a smaller ship, so.
Right, but the people who are leaving the crew kind of get like
a disadvantage because they don't get the
benefits of this new
price
ship.
of the ship.
So like, is it truly everyone is split equally, and then the people who want to remain as a group, they pool their resources together and buy a new ship, or you're going to trade this ship in for a new one?
Yeah, the plan is like to trade it in.
Okay, all right. I mean, I'm not. I want the just the answer is fine. And okay.
But do we get all the cargo on a smaller ship? Because what I understand is that they leave once we get to Squibbity Squibs.
Squibbity Squibs.
What is it called?
Rickety Squibs.
Okay, but the trading port is somewhere else. So
yeah.
I thought we are going to
we're
switch the ship at the trading port. Am I wrong with my thinking? What? No.
It's
because if we trade it in before, we need to still find a ship that's strong enough and big enough to hold the cargo.
So the crew is understanding that the voyage doesn't end for them until they get paid.
Yeah.
So they're understanding that they have to remain as crew until the loot gets sold. That's kind of how Leonard is presenting that, which is okay. Like that's not the real big issue. The issue is like for those who want to leave, do they get a cut of the ship's cost here as well, selling that, or do they not? And Leonard answered, no, they don't get that cut, right? So like you just get what's in the cargo, and that's it. And so the last question is, are they safe? And the real meaning of that, Leonard, you can glean, is like, what about retribution?
From Harrigan?
From Harrigan, possibly other. Harrigan is no shrimp in the ocean. He is well known, well respected pirate.
Mm-hmm. He's the one that knocks.
No, that's Nox.
No.
Alright. For that last part, he'll say, if you decide to leave, you can go back to Harrigan or go on your own. But if you do see him, you can just say that I just kicked you off the ship and I took the loot. You had no say or choice in it. If you choose to stay, well, if we meet Harrigan out there on the sea and he has ill intent, We'll kill the bastard.
Okay. Ooh.
I
That is
guess I raise
strong
a
words.
hand to that because that's also tying in with something he said before.
Yeah. Briar?
So, are you now saying that from now on you are just telling us who's the bad guy that we have to fight and who's not the bad guy that we don't have to fight? Like, no ill intent, but if there's some crew that just has beef with you but with none of us.
Harrigan has beef with every one of us.
I'm not saying about Harrigan. I'm saying that in general.
No,
All the like crew members look at you, Briar, like
Yeah.
of course like of course if you have beef with our captain, then they have beef with all of us.
But what if he can't decide if they have beef with him or not? Because he's been kind of indecisive. What if you
Well,
think?
you don't know that
I'm not
because
sure what you understood
he
that I
hasn't rolled
said,
his
Briar.
diplomacy check yet. But
I'm
So-
not sure what you think I said, Briar, but I said if they attack us, we sink them.
so I've taken notes on everything you've said, and I've come with, I think, a fairly good assessment of like the positives and the negatives. Of course, they're subjective. So positive for someone is not a positive for someone else. But I think, in a general sense, the role here, the most fair role I would think of, is like a -5 to your diplomacy check. However,
Roll a DC 32.
yeah. However, I would like to say that for every positive thing that you were able to add in, I would lower the DC from a 15 to, I'd say, a 12. So you have a -5 to your roll, but you have to get higher than a 12. So let's say the DC is at 13 then, because higher than 12 would mean 13. And what is your bonus to diplomacy again?
2.
You don't have a
-3.
+2? You have a +2?
Oh, you mean my total?
Yeah,
Oh, my total is usually 1 sec.
usually
7.
+7. So you have a +9 to your roll, right?
Yeah,
so-
with the spell.
So you only need 4 or higher to succeed them.
Alright, but I still have the -5, right?
Right, that's with the -5. Oh, yes.
Yeah.
So you
Yeah,
need
that would be a -3 with the.
Oh, shit.
enhance.
So yeah, it would be -2, or if you can think about it like as plus, you only have a +4 to your roll then. So
Yeah.
that would be 9 or higher.
Here we go.
Oh.
Nope.
Now, somebody does now this somebody
Fish will
does.
apply cookie.
Oh shit! I will accept this.
Also, do I take a cookie?
Flip it. Oh shit!
1d plus 1d4.
You do take a cookie.
Does anyone else have cookies?
I have a +1, but like I will use it if it's relevant. But like if that's a 1, that's not enough.
Anyone else have cookies that help?
I have cookies, but you need to roll it first because
I rolled an 8.
He rolled
Yeah,
an
you-
8. Oh, you have to roll the D4.
roll-
Whose
do I
D4 is
take-
this?
It's my d4.
Roll
roll
the
it.
D4.
Ah, it's a
I'm not
9.
gonna
Oh,
add my
fuck,
+1 on
9!
that makes it a 10.
It's a
Yeah,
9.
Do
You
I take
can't.
a cookie? No.
You take a cookie, but you can't use a cookie that you failed for this roll. Like you can't use your cookie that you used.
Damn it.
Of course, that'd be ridiculous.
That could be like a self-eating.
yeah.
Yeah, I get it.
How do I?
Well,
Oh,
How do I? There.
I'm gonna say once you use it, you also use it. So that's a So, and are you using this?
Yes.
All right.
Well, and it doesn't matter because he needs
it's a-
13.
He needs a 13.
Oh,
Are you sure you want to
sorry,
use it?
I misheard. I heard.
You could take it
10.
back. You could take it back. I'll let you take it back.
Yeah, if I'd rolled higher on the D4, maybe.
I stole it from an A. It's your A. I put it back out.
But I've
So,
got
like,
it in my inventory.
You
Oh, if we duplicated this.
That's because if two people right-click it at the same time, you can duplicate it. Like, I can get one right now.
all right?
I-
Don't cheat.
See,
All right.
No, we
there
didn't.
we
I
go. I
specifically
got another
removed
one.
mine.
Don't be like that,
Yeah,
guys.
I'm just
we don't.
teaching the rest of the group how to cheat.
+1, +1,
Me, Nina,
Plus
take
one.
notes.
Doesn't
+1.
matter. I was already
Actually-
labeled a cheater.
I know.
Even if I
Take notes.
wasn't.
You need to be a better cheater.
I do want
I
to
need to
say
be a real cheater. You mean?
I will say that technically all of you have enough +1s to succeed on this. But no. So as soon as Leonard, you kind of finish this interrogation, you hear some
Interrogation.
yeah, they start drilling you, right?
Your dictation from the dictator.
Yes, and so it's like you start to sweat a little bit as questions begin to come up, and you have Briar, who is also like, I guess not necessarily like your like crew mate or like a first mate of you, but also like kind of recognized as the second mate of the second like of this ship technically, kind of asking you
want to be
questions
mate.
like saying things like like well like pointing out certain things, and you definitely have some people on your side who is like Sandora, who's like, no, come on, let's give him. He didn't mean it like that. No, of course you're. And then like Fip is just
Ryan
like,
will be like, is it true Sandar's gonna get a bigger cut because he sleeps with you? Just saying rumors. Making up slander.
she's like this is the Donald Trump of this group.
Yeah.
It's like I heard you're addicted to crack. So
I hear that in his cabin full of crack cocaine, I tell you.
he eats dogs.
Are you
I've seen it.
dog? I can no longer find it. I call him Little Timmy. A tear in his eyes.
Beautiful dog.
Beautiful.
Ate it right in front of me. Anyways, so like pretty much like it's like sweat begins to bead down your like body, like down your happy trail, down your butt crack. It's like it's that type of sweat. Like oh shit, type of sweat.
The happy trail was my butt crack. The hell
No.
was the
No,
happy
it's
trail?
the one in front.
You don't.
The happy trail is in the front. It's a happy trail is from the bottom of your belly button to your pubic zone.
Oh.
And to some people, there is no trail. It's a happy forest, if you know what I mean. No, I'm joking. So, in this like tense and like anxious, nervous energy of people like, and Fip yells out, "You didn't even know that what Rickety Scribs was," and like and everyone like remember.
It took
That's-
our gerbs.
That's when Nox, you finish your masterpiece. And in a hurry, you like a part of your subconscious knows that everyone's outside and talking on deck. And you're like, gotta share this, right?
Yeah, obviously. I gotta show my brother, at the very least.
Of course. Owlbear is over there. He wants to see it. So what do you do?
Hell yeah. Yeah, with a bit of a giddy attitude, I slam the door open. What's like skipping across the deck.
Oh shit! What? Okay.
He's in a good mood.
Like to imagine a man like Knox skipping is quite a sight.
With his body weight.
Yeah,
like
ba-doom, ba-doom, ba-doom.
You know, he is surprisingly agile.
Is that the cavalry?
You know, yeah, he's got a bit of spring in his step.
Yeah, like a horse.
Hello, everyone. Oh, bravo, bravo. And he kind of like pushes through. I have finished the drawing. Look, it turned out really good. I can almost not believe that I drew it.
Is that you with boobs?
It is most definitely not Knox.
So what is it? Because you said you weren't sure what is most beautiful.
Yes, I wrote a bit of a flowery description. A few lines.
Yeah, Owlbear is gonna say like, "Oh, show me!" But you can tell like you have garnered everyone's attention right at this critical moment.
So, the picture he shows, Owlbear, is a picture of a very beautiful woman with wavy, like sunlight blonde hair going all the way down to her waist. She's got this warm, light bronze skin and a shapely figure that's slightly on the petite side, with these shimmering, piercing, golden amber eyes, and her lips are like honey glazed strawberry colored. Oh, a gorgeous woman in all respects.
Could you go ahead and send me that description?
Yes.
All right. So it's just like a character portrait,
No, I
not
wrote
like
the
just,
description.
but you know what I mean. Like it's like a
Yeah, it's a picture. It's a portrait of her.
okay.
You have ChatGPT. Can you like generate a picture?
Why you gotta ruin my fun? How you know that? Yeah,
Because
of course.
I mean, I did base the description of a picture. If you want that one.
Oh,
Just
yeah,
saying, because
I
like
mean-
I have another DM. And he fucking loves like to create pictures of every single scene and every single fun thing. He's having a lot of fun with it.
Well, I mean, I
Yeah.
don't want to make picture. I don't want to spend too
Just-
much
just
time on
a-
it. But like just based on the
This is the
description,
picture it's based
Yeah, put it in, prompt it like that. It's gonna
yeah,
take
I'm
like
gonna prompt.
30 seconds.
Okay, we'll see if it actually matches, right?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we'll see if it's a. Does that say petite kitsune?
I don't know that's the artist name, but you know,
Interesting.
about the artist name.
She is okay. Interesting. I definitely got something much more modern with mine. So we'll just go with yours. It just looks like. All right. Like a Hollywood actress. That's all shit. This one looks like. Okay. As soon as that happens, I would like you to roll a performance check. Or what the hell? What check would this be? You know what? There really is no check here. I think when you show that picture, like Albert takes it, raises it above his head. He has like this wide grin, almost laughing. He's like, "Look what my brother made!" And he's like shaking his arms, and he's just like, you know, so pumped up and fired up at the sight of this painting. And you hear a general smattering of like, wow, and like even Rosie, you hear like, you didn't focus draw that. There's no way you drew that. And like, you know, like everyone's attention from what just happened with Leonard just right to the painting. Albert begins to like pass it around if you don't stop him, and everyone takes their share of looking at it. You hear
I take pride in it.
What was it?
They're welcome to look at it. Take pride in it.
Yeah, everyone is like, you know, passing around. They're like in disbelief. Sandara's like, I didn't know you can draw so well.
I did not either.
How is this? Wow, you truly are blessed. John just looks at it and he mimes something to you. Fip laughs. Hey, my boy Jaundice is asking if you can borrow this painting for the night. Sandara pops in. No, that is gross. Do not let them.
Okay, you can.
And she like glares at Fip and Jaundice like, what the fuck? Like it's like saying like, let's use the Mona Lisa for like pornography, pretty much. Which some people might if they're desperate, but and so yeah, Cog, he's like, I need you to roll me a d20, okay? And if you roll, I swear to God, if you roll higher than a 15, it'll be crazy. Okay, 20. You can see that there is a genuine touch, a softness, appreciation from Cog that Nox has never seen from him before. However you want to interpret that, like if that's weakness or not, that's up to Nox, who's always been like really guarded, walled off, shelled. You know, like, you know what I mean? Like that's maybe where Nox also sees some strength in him, but it's up to you on how the Nox interprets like this like genuine like vulnerability you see here with Cog as he stares at the painting a little bit longer than the rest of the crew. That passes, it comes back to you eventually, and you take it as well, Leonard. And you can capitalize on this moment to like maybe steer things around. Nox is like painting, and his known support of you, Leonard, could potentially change the entire flow of this meeting.
First, he's just gonna take a look at the painting, take it in, and he's gonna say, Nox, you made this.
I think so. Honestly, I'm not too sure.
No, don't be humble. You spend the day making this, and
Oh, I am sorry. I should have been working.
no, don't. It's alright. This is beautiful. I'm gonna like pass the painting on to like whoever else. I'm gonna walk up to Nox and like take you by the forearms, and I say, and I'm gonna like lift your arms like gentle like in front of you, and I say, these hands are no longer just for hurting. You can create with them now too.
Oh. But maybe I can.
Yes, you can. I'm gonna like address the crew again. Did you see that, everybody? Something so beautiful, so pure, made by someone who's been fighting his whole life. Enslaved, sold from arena to arena, from master to master. Just meant for hurting, fighting, killing. No more. Now he can choose. Just like all of you. You can choose what you want to do from this moment on.
He's right. You know, and this is Sandara speaking up. I personally absolutely hate I hate having to go to the bathroom here as a woman. All the killing and plundering stuff, it's okay. But I absolutely abhor the way that women get treated on these ships. And under Leonard's. And if you're saying that we can make changes and help and make things better, like what Knox is doing with his painting, then I want to help other females, like on ships. Maybe even one day be a captain of an all-female pirate ship. If you can help me get that dream, then you have my support, 100%. And she'll give you a +1 to your diplomacy roll for your next roll.
Alright. Still like the -5 there, right?
We'll see. Does anyone else contribute?
I just want Muna say if he was going to say anything. Nah, I feel like Muna's not gonna. Excellent.
Don't let your dreams be dreams.
Dreams is.
Yesterday you said tomorrow.
Come on. Yeah. I feel like this experiment is completely worth trying. You're only offering freedom. And, I mean, an equal share is significantly more than we were paid last time. Feel like we're all gonna be rich.
The get rich part, I think, is +2. So we're at +3.
Yeah, that's what I'm like, Muna, yeah, manipulation.
You struck a nerve here. Like, you struck gold, right? Like,
that.
this has been something that they've repeatedly have brought up, and so, like, the fact that you're reminding them how rich they're supposedly going to be, I think, is enough to actually, unless anyone else wants to contribute with more words.
Or we just say, if I can continue to create and to not destroy, then I will follow you anywhere, Leonard.
That's another +1. So we're at what +4 right now. Owlbear is just gonna walk next to Leonard, take like a big hug of Leonard, a big inhale of Leonard's hair, and it's like, "You smell good," and then put you
Thank
down
you.
and step back. That's another +1.
Briar's gonna be like, but how can we trust you? That's a -1.
You're not a real person. No.
Yeah.
I think, at this point, if no one else contributes, I will say just roll me a flat diplomacy check. And the DC is still 13.
Right. And the -5 that was originally there, is it still there?
It is. That has been nullified now. It's a straight check. It's just like your check normally now. No bonuses. No penalties or anything like that.
Alright.
Can you even roll
this might
lower than a
have-
13 now?
I think, let me see. Yeah, like right now it's 9.
So it's at 9.
Mhm.
So you need 4 or higher.
Alright, here we go. 15.
Okay.
That was close.
Whew. People are starting to nod, and like you hear people wondering, like, yeah, I'm gonna buy myself a nice little fishing boat, just retire. You can hear that's Cog. He's like thinking to himself, like talking to himself, like, yeah, just nice little beach house, get myself a wife, have a family, maybe, like, and like you say, like everyone is having their own version of like what they're gonna do with all this money once they become rich. And with that, I'm gonna say like the third day ends. Finally, no, I'm joking. With like a celebration of some sort. People are in good spirits. You guys are eating cookies. And all in all, it was like you guys are
It's crab cakes.
crab cakes. You guys are having, there's no alcohol in the ship, so it's not like that type of party. But it's like you can see like more genuine bonding, right? Like at like a retreat or like some sort of camp. Like the first few nights are like kind of rough because like everyone's kind of getting acclimated, but then like something happens, right? Something like some sort of event or activities throughout the day or something happens where like the bond is kind of formed a little bit, and then like by the last night of your camp, everyone's like real in tune with each other, and you can just spend the whole night at the campfire next to everyone else. And that's kind of what's happening here on this ship. It's just like, people can move into conversations of other folks here, and laughter and singing and jokes. Like, does Briar play some music?
No, he doesn't, because we're gonna kill him.
Yeah,
I'm kidding.
we're gonna celebrate by key hauling.
Celebrate the times. Come on. Are you there, Nina?
Yeah, I just didn't get that. What you asked?
If you're like performing during this like festival time.
I guess I could ask Rosie to do it.
Sure.
She still has her fiddle. Why she didn't
Yeah.
lose it again?
She knows how to fiddle.
Yeah, she can fiddle. So, well, she's not really as good as Briar is an instrument. Like
That depends on what I roll.
well, even you don't ever have to roll anything. You can always take 10 plus your performance, and I'm pretty sure it will beat the modifier most of the time. The DC most of the time.
Is the total counting to the 10 plus or the
It's 10 plus
ability?
your total bonus per perform.
I can't
I'm just
find
imagining
performance.
Briar having a violin and just like torturing the strings.
Oh well, that would be 19 then. I
Yeah.
could. I guess I could always take that.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's why. I mean, just talking the system. That's why Pathfinder has, like if you're very skilled, you should be able to, like just do an average day performance. You're not trying to do your best, so there's no chance of failure.
Your average day is pretty good, but yeah. So like you can either roll me a performance check with advantage, or you can just take the 10.
You know what? Let's take the advantage then.
Okay. This is Rosie helping you out here. Oh wow.
Noise.
So with a 27, I'll set it up and then you like swing at it. So with the 27, the joyous nature is like cut like a sword, through cloth, just rips apart as just one long sorrowful note just kind of rings out. And you can see like everyone's just like, huh? Then Briar, you're standing there with the flute, and immediately Rosie just catches it. She catches the vibe and the drift that you're putting down, and picks up the fiddle, and in a also somber tune begins to play, and you both weave a symphony between the two of you of what could only be like his like a part of your like your conversations that you had in the past with Rosie, you know, like just like in the music form. Could you describe like what it is that, you know, what is this music?
God, I don't know if like
Find friends and companions. Come join me.
Graduation.
no. I guess, like you said, it kind of turns into a somber tune. God, how should can
So it's like this, like it's like with the 27. What I'm assuming is like it's not something that like it compounds on the joyous nature. You know what I mean? Like with something so high.
no, like there's an underlying. I guess there's an underlying under all of that music,
Yes.
like hope for better tomorrow, kinda. That's like that you hear out of the music, out of the tune, even though it's like kinda like turning into the like maybe sadder territory, but it's always like there is this chance to turn this around. And like maybe then there's the point where okay, well, but let's turn it around, and it's like giving the boom of the bomb of like okay, from that point on, it's like going to be more happy tune again. Like this is the point where it's turned around.
Oh, okay. I definitely like that. It's really cool. And you can see like when this is happening, Rosie's also like you make eye contact with Rosie a few times, and you've never seen this before, but it's honestly quite like refreshing to see that in this moment Rosie is lost in the music, and I think there's like a whole thing of like she doesn't even know herself, but there are tears coming down her own eyes as she's playing with you, and that kind of like wraps up the night. Unless anyone wants to do anything before bed, real quick, before you guys reach Rickety Squibs the next day.
Well, Leonard would just, like, for the evening, just go around talking to each crew member, just seeing, like, what they want to do, what their goals are or dreams.
Yeah, like
Just
shaking,
like
shaking hands, kissing babies.
not that far, but sure. Just kind of approach like Cog, being like, no, you still plan to retire, yeah, don't worry, no hard feelings, we'll get you there safely, blah, blah.
Yep.
Then John is Jape, since like, this like Leonard doesn't have like a lot of knowledge about the area, you'll like approach him and say like, hey, you're gonna be my go-to guy for like information here. So if there's something I don't know, I'm counting on you to like fill me in.
The guy who doesn't talk.
He's mute.
No, not John this Jape. What's the other guy?
I like that guy. John just grins at you and just like cool, gives you a thumbs up.
Oh, it's fucking confusing. This guy, right? What's his name?
Fibs.
Fibs. Yeah.
Oh, Phipps. So I would like you to know that Phipps Dante was one of the nasty pirates. He was actually very nasty, actually, to you, but more importantly, you noticed him being very nasty to Knox that one time when he was singing in the bilges below.
Oh, he was the one who
mean,
threw the
he-
spiders, or the.
He's the one
whatever.
who threw that glowing shit in the bilges.
Didn't he piss down there?
He also took a piss down there as well.
No. Oh, guess we're gonna have a key hauling either way.
I just wanted to let you know, like,
No.
that's who you're talking to, as like,
You're
gonna be my
alright.
right hand man.
Oh no, I'm not in my right man.
Yeah,
But
you know
yeah,
what I
thanks
mean,
for
like,
reminding me.
yeah.
Yeah. No, I didn't. No, I'm not gonna. Tell him that. But I am gonna like just tell him just to get like a vibe of what, you know, what's he feeling at. Like you see, like, oh yeah, I'm gonna go out and murder and rape and shit like that.
I mean, I don't know how you're ever going to get that vibe from anyone, but I don't know what that
In a
vibe really.
conversation, that has to be really like, okay, that's
Like, just like trying to catch a vibe like that is hard. Most people, they have to like say stuff like that for you to kind of like be like, oh, okay. Unless you're asking him directly, like, hey, are you going to murder, cheat, steal, or
No,
rape?
No.
Okay.
I'm not
Well,
gonna ask.
well, in that case, like, if you're just asking him the same thing, that he says something crass, right? Like, Pip is a really crass guy. He's like, well, spits on the ground, going to form myself a nice little chunk of meat, if you get what I'm saying. Then a nice little, you know, smokeity smoke. Maybe something for the snoozers. Meat, lots of meat.
Keel
Salted
hauling's
meat.
back in the menu, boys. No, I'm kidding.
He starts talking about meats, and you're not really understanding
am
what
I
he's
getting the
talking about.
impression? Yeah, am
Like,
I getting the
it's
impression
like-
he's like just talking about like women
So
kind of thing, or
so yeah, like he's like curvaceous meat, but then he's also talking about like salted meats and minced meats, and it's like you're like, what the fuck are you talking about here? Like you can tell, like he's not really all together, and so it's
cannibal?
like it's almost like, yeah, it's like, I don't know, you don't know if he's a cannibal or not. He's never given you any indication that he eats human flesh, but like it's just like weird, like how he references meat seems like actual meat, but also like they double up as innuendos only like half of the time. So you're just like, whatever the deal this guy is, he's just one of those guys.
All right.
Just never tell.
Mental note: blacklist.
you know,
Flips,
He's
or
like,
whatever he
he's like, man, medium steak, cooked to perfection. It's so good you can fuck it. And you're
Maybe
like,
he's just a very,
the fuck?
a very, how do you say that? A very, I'm blanking on the word. A cook who really loves his meat.
just real sensual master chef.
Yeah, kind of like that.
Instead of ratatouille, it was just a horny rat.
Yeah, so
Mental note:
he says
he
like,
goes on the blacklist.
yeah, he goes on the blacklist. Okay. He's like, I'm looking forward to joining you, Captain, for many more adventures.
Yeah.
Roll a
Nice.
bluff check.
Go ahead.
Well, definitely roll me a bluff check here, bro. Oh, and Briar, you earn 150 XP for that wonderful performance.
10.
Yeah, he's gonna have. I'm gonna say that's low enough where he does have a shot here now. He does not. Oblivious. So he's just like, to voyage, to adventure. No more murdering or raping for me. Just meat. And a murder and rape piece of meat.
If you know what I'm saying.
If you know what I mean.
I toast with him. Then I look to Muna, give him a nod.
He also nods at Muna, like the same nod.
Stand there with like some tobacco. It should be done.
All right. So
About that, by the way.
So you finish up your rounds, and many people are happy with that, and you get like Owlbear, who really doesn't know. He's like, I go where my brother goes, which is heartwarming as much as it's like kind of very naive. Rosie's just like, fuck off, like I see him making chum with everyone, and fuck off.
No, I'm genuinely curious.
And I genuinely want you to fuck off. So
All right. If you want to talk, you know where to find me.
no, I don't.
I'm on the ship.
No.
The ship is not.
Oh,
that
this ship.
big. Yes.
Oh, okay.
Unless you're leaving, then. Maybe
Am I
we'll trade the
leaving?
ship in.
Maybe you're leaving.
Maybe. We don't know.
Maybe. Who knows? Fuck off. I'm joking. I'm joking. Come here. Leans in.
Come in like for a hug.
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I get down on my knee.
She
She's a
leans
hobbit,
in.
right?
And she's a halfling. And it's
that's
statements
not-
like that is why she says this in your ear. Fuck off.
Say me like, no, I'm. What? What did she say?
Fuck off. As softly as you can. Just like, fuck off.
I just look at her, then give her like a grin. Say, you're gonna fit in just fine.
Just shrugs. Takes another drink. And starts to laugh. And, she goes over to Briar. She's like, Briar.
Sweet drink of water.
Oh, yes. Sweet drink of water. She's like, Briar. Come on. Let's go for a little dance. I know you can move. I've seen you.
Okay.
And Briar and Rosie begin to have a little jig. And you can roll me a performance check if you have any like dancing performance or just a straight acrobatics.
No, I don't have dance. I only have sing. 16.
Okay. Not bad. You've seen your share of dancers, so.
I know a thing or two.
Yeah, you picked some. You picked some up. Okay. So, and the night begins to, wane into dusk, or twilight. Is it twilight?
It's new moon.
Yeah, it's new moon.
Dusk, I think it was dusk
Oh,
light.
eclipse.
And so, in the morning, about late morning, that's when who is on the lookout at that time?
What time?
Late morning, the next day.
Oh,
I could
have
be.
lights.
Yeah, sure. Benji or Muna, either one of you can roll me a perception
Well, I have
check.
night shift. If that's morning shift, then just make it.
Yeah,
early.
that's morning shift. So it's you have night shift. 22. Shoot.
That's why I'm 20.
Wow.
That's all rogue.
Yeah, you have definitely noticed that rickety squibs, and what you, I guess, presume to be rickety squibs, is well within, like, anchoring range. right? Like, because like as a ship, generally, it's not like a car where you just like right into a parking spot. It's more like you wait outside the parking spot, like the parking lot itself, before and then checking out if there's a space to go there, and then going back into your car and then driving into the parking lot and then parking. Yeah. So, oh yeah, what does Benji? You can. I guess you're typing that.
No,
Yeah.
I was just typing it because I wanted to. Yeah, so
Yeah.
Benji will just yell down, land ho!
What did
And
you call me?
Rickety squips ahead.
Aw. And I guess that is. You also see. Not only do you see Rickety Squib, which is a. Oh, that's a good question. How do I move you guys all here now? Oh, like this. Did that work?
No.
How do I move you all to this page now then? Interesting. What the? Is it this? Oh, it must be that. Okay.
Yeah, we moved.
Ooh.
So what you see, Benji, is like sheer rock sides, but not like a mountain. You know, like just like rocky coastal line. And you also see like a beach as well farther up. And you see like jungle trees, large tropical mammoth like plants that just kind of spread all over this area, some even like extending out into this ocean. And hidden within the crops of this jungle is a like what you can see a makeshift like dry dock, what they say, like as a place where they bring ships onto the land and then work on ships there and then eventually move them back out. You see a large dock as well. But you also notice, and you're like, this is rickety squibs, right? You know, various buildings that dot the coastline here. You also but notice out of the corner of your eye, maybe about
That's
20 paces from the shore, like more north or more east north of rickety squibs, is another boat. Flying flags and all.
attack! No.
Um,
How fast
are
was
they
that pirates?
familiar?
You can roll a knowledge local check if you'd like.
So not arrogant.
26.
Okay. We have to now like kind of do a flashback. We're brought back to Benji's time on the Iron Cage. The Iron Cage is the Chelish slave ship that you guys have all spent some time on. Benji maybe more so
It's
than
pronounced childish.
is Chelish.
Bad joke.
But anyways, so Benji might have even spent the most time on this slave ship. We haven't really went over that, but I would say either Benji or Nox is like, you know, one of the longer ones. And
Go, Victor, come.
we see Benji, you know, like you're chained down, manacled, dirty, bedraggled, greasy, and in one of the worst conditions of your life. But there was a friend that you had. Who was this friend? Somebody who was native to the Shackles, who was able to tell you stories and all the wondrous stuff about the Shackles and stuff.
Let's say, because I'm blanking on anything else, a goblin
A
named.
goblin. Okay.
A goblin named Doug.
Doug the Goblin. All right.
Love Doug.
All right, all right. Well, my friend Benji, there's a lot of fine fucking pirates out there in the Shackles. A lot of renowned. And he like kind of goes into all these like legendary folklore heroes of the Shackle. He does mention one that stands out to you in particular, and he says he like the call sign for this pirate. All pirates have like call signs. Free captains, they have their own like signature, and this one likes to paint their entire ship like blue and white to almost match the color of the sky horizon on the distance.
Okay.
And so it's like two meanings. One is like far away, it's more like camouflage. The second meaning is as they get closer, they're not trying to hide anymore. It's so bright and obvious, like once you get close enough, you're like, that's clearly your ship, and we can see it from like a miles away because of how it's painted. I think, and you know this to be Captain Whitewinds.
White Winds. Okay.
Yep, legendary pirate, or not legendary free captain, I should say. And there are stories. You have heard stories about his crew, and they are like as legendary as him. His first and second mate is like a man of water. Like that's kind of like how he's described. And his second mate is his first mate is his second mate is a man of water, and his first mate is a woman of fire. That's how they're kind of described.
Water boy and fire girl.
Water boy and fire girl. That's right. Lava girl, actually, I think it's called. Shark boy and lava girl. I think you guys are too young for that reference, but
No, I remember that.
you guys remember Spy
What
Kids?
do you think we are?
Wait,
I
was
don't
that
know.
related to Spy Kids?
Yeah, Shark boy and
It
lava
was
girl.
kind of, yeah.
Anyways,
I knew that. I mean, they had kind of a similar vibe, but I thought they were just like not two different movies or universes or whatever.
not sure. I don't think they're superpowers, though. I think they are like gadgets that they use. I think.
I don't remember.
Yeah, I have no idea, dude. I don't even know why that even came up. So Benji, with that knowledge and saying land ho, what do you say to the crew?
Fight.
Okay.
Or do you have any questions?
So it's Captain
What was
White.
the captain's name?
White wins.
White
White
Winds.
Winds.
Okay. I'm just gonna scramble down and find Leonard
Sure.
to let him know about the other ship and Captain White Winds. Just letting him know that identifying this ship.
Okay. For brevity's sake, I'll say everyone's there. Like all you guys, right? Your characters can hear this as Benji relays that information to Leonard. I'm also gonna say on a 26, Benji, you're gonna also notice that you've been spotted. Like there's no way that you see them but they don't see you. So you already know like they spotted you, and also you've noticed that the ship, the White Wind ship, is one, like there's actually two ships. One of the ships that you recognize that's been painted is a smaller, much smaller vessel, like a schooner, and there is another vessel with them together almost. that's larger and more. It's larger and just plain wooden. But you also notice that that ship is part of the like slavers that might have also been the ship that you were on as well. It's not that I'm not saying it's the ship that you were on, but it's like it looks sort of like it, but a little bit different.
Okay. I'll also let everyone know about that. Remind me, is slavery legal everywhere in the Shackles?
It's it's not actually it's not actually legal here. The slave ships pass through here for a like indigenous slaves, and b for some of the islands like they're like very indigenous, and so they take them for the exotic animals that one might find here in the Shackles, and also they just have to pass through this place to get to the place that they want to go.
Okay. I'll just keep an eye out for danger. Just be on my guard.
Okay.
Alright. For now, we don't want trouble. If they don't start it, we don't start it.
Are you saying that just to your people or to the whole crew? Because right now, at this point, like people are beginning to notice that they're getting to their destination. So,
No, I was just telling everyone about Captain Whitewind and the slave ship, but like to myself, I'm just gonna be on my guard
oh yeah,
for
yeah,
danger.
yeah. Well, but like Leonard, are you saying that to everyone or just the people in the room?
First, just the people in the room. Then, like, I'm gonna first go up, just have like a look and keep an eye on it, and then like I'll tell everybody, keep cool.
Okay, as you go up and take a look, and everyone kind of follows you along, roll me a perception check.
All right.
And Benji, you can keep your 22. So if Leonard doesn't do good on this, you can just spot it as well. So you can take a cookie as you're just like squinting. The sun is in your eye. And you're just like, yeah, that's definitely land. That's definitely a dock. I think I see some two ships over there. Cool.
Is that Tarzan's home?
And Benji, you're just like your whiskers stand up a little bit and your tail curls as you spot on the docks, hidden behind like it's like not super hidden, but there's like trees and like palm leaves kind of like obscuring your vision. You can tell that there are people on the dock, and figures are now climbing on board a long ship, like a rowboat, and quite a few, like more than a handful, and are starting to make their way towards the Drenmark's promise. You even want to see like one of those people waves towards your ship, but then another person stops them as like they're like they probably can't see you from where you are. Like that's like what you like just see as a scene in front of you.
Okay, is the Dreadmark's promise the slave ship?
No, it's the ship you're on right now.
Oh, okay. I'm just gonna tell Leonard then. There's a longboat incoming with some people. They tried to get our attention.
They're coming towards us.
Yeah.
All right, let's welcome them then. See what they want to say. Everybody, be ready for anything.
I'm not gonna fight them.
What if they fight you?
I try to get away. I don't need to fight at everyone who might be
Get away to
a
where?
little bit brush.
If they come to the ship and start a fight, are you gonna
Maybe
fight
you
with us?
should. maybe you should not get into conversations with the mindset of they will start a fight. Get into a conversation with a diplomatic thing. Maybe they just want to see who we are. Because we come in a ship that is a trading ship and definitely not of this area. So maybe they are curious who's on this ship.
I hope you're right. But I did spend years on one of those ships. So did you, if I remember.
I didn't
not
spend
years, not
on a
years.
ship.
Like
Not years? Or how
months,
long?
months. Like Nox probably like Nox and Benji maybe like a couple of months at most. But the rest of you, like some of you guys not even like a month.
14 years in Azkaban!
No, I got the impression it was like years, alright.
No, no,
then,
you guys,
yeah, I'm not gonna,
be much more
then I
fucked
don't
up.
say that. No.
Years
then
of slavery will fuck somebody up. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. And then he'll just
See
say,
what happened to Nox.
Well, he became a monster. Not that doesn't happen often, but I guess it could.
Sure, but he's also very submissive.
Which is such a weird combo. I love it. It's interesting.
and then he'll just say, I'm not really keen on getting those shackles back on me. I think I had enough for a lifetime. But we will try to be diplomatic. I'm just saying, be on your guard.
Okay.
And as he walks away, he's thinking, how much could I get for Briar? He's a good Tsune. Could fetch a good amount.
Good price.
Good price. Good price.
Maybe
Does
you
Ben-
should step up to be a better captain.
Oh shit. Benji, did you tell everyone about White Winds as well, or was that?
Yeah.
Okay. So as the longboat gets closer, you see that the crew starts to get a little nervous and anxious. Does anyone try to alleviate tension a little bit, or?
Yeah, I will.
All right, give me a you tell like what role do you want to make to alleviate tension? We'll interpret it.
Intimidation.
Intimidation, yeah, you
the-
could. That's a different.
Yeah. Stop your shaking!
I mean, if you, I
little
guess,
girl.
if you scream hard enough, maybe, right? Like that's
They're not
pretty
gonna
much how
kill
the
you. They're not gonna kill you any harder than I will.
exactly. That's pretty much how the
Crack the
military.
whip on the floor.
I'm the
You
fucking
that.
master scourge now, bitch.
That's the reason they called me Scourge Junior.
Yeah, they did. The Whip
Look at me.
Boys.
Look at me! I am the captain now!
Exactly. Okay, so what role do you want to take?
Diplomacy.
Yeah, go
He's
ahead.
gonna walk. Yeah, just gonna kind of reassure the crew. Just kind of like, we'll talk to them, see what they want. Maybe we'll trade.
Sound
but
like a
if there's
president candidate.
What?
You know, like a politician, pretty much. Like going around, like, vote for me. Vote for me. Vote for me is like, you know how like they do that stuff. Oh, maybe not.
Yeah, I get what you mean. Yeah. And he's just gonna end with like, if there is a fight, we're all fighting together. You're not alone.
Maybe you should not screw it up.
Did I
Okay.
say that?
I think with that last
Person.
Why do you need a
I
hug?
think with that last statement, I think like Rosie is gonna look over at you, Briar, and like while that's happening with Leonard, she's gonna be like, so I take it that you don't like him either. Cause I fucking hate him. Like I don't know what it is. Like it's just I don't know. I feel like he thinks he's better than all of us, but I mean,
He absolutely thinks he's better than all of us.
I know I'm better than all of you.
You know, and
He
I'm
thinks he's
just
better
like,
than all of us, but he only talks to the crew when the mood is already pretty
right.
bad. And,
but like
He doesn't
it's
really
always
read-
like he's
he doesn't really
he's
read the
stepping in.
situation.
Right.
Yeah.
But like it's always like he's like there is like a central brain somewhere else, and like he's just like being used by that central brain by like you know what I mean.
the the
Kind
thing
of.
is,
I mean, he's
Like
just kind of
I
passive.
honestly think that he's just going to screw talks up and is then being like, okay, they do want to attack us, so we attack back, even though I screwed up, but we attack back because they are the bad people.
I don't think so. I do think he actually won peace. I do think you're kind of negative in this whole situation, if I'm going to be
Like
honest.
he always goes
Well,
into
I mean-
into everything with the mindset
I'm
that
go-
they want to attack us instead of like, oh,
Well,
maybe
they
they
do.
just want
So,
to see
I'm
who
going to
we
be
are.
honest with you. They do.
To be
Right?
fair, they do.
We're
Yeah,
in
no,
the
they
shackles,
absolutely
so
do.
that they do. But I will say
Yeah.
one thing though: the man, he can fucking talk.
He can.
He's got words. I mean, I fucking hate him, and that's I think why I hate him. That's why I hate him
If
so
you are
much.
worried about Leonard, you could go and help him with the talk.
Oh no, I will. Don't worry
Oh,
about it.
I guess
will.
he doesn't want to.
I mean, that's
Oh, he
the
wa-
thing though, because he's so good at it, and he knows it. That's why I
Yeah.
hate him.
He's kind of a prick about it. I think.
Yeah,
we can all agree.
he's like I'm so good with talking, so like he
Ooh,
does
look at
it,
me
and
and
then
my-
like everyone wants him
and
to
my-
like
I think
fail,
he
but he
is
doesn't.
a nice man.
Look at me
Yeah,
and
but
my moist
he
hair.
doesn't read situations.
Is it just me?
Like-
I think he looks damp all the time.
No, sometimes I think he's too dry. Sometimes I see him, I'm like, damn, you gotta get some of that lotion on you or something. Like you got some seawater right there. You gotta splash it on your face a little bit. You know, it's a little bit too
Meanwhile,
dry.
Leonard is
Well,
just like, "Ugh, it's so hot
that
today.
Muna had. That kinda is like a lotion in like a greasy way.
Yeah.
You just call Muna greasy.
No, I said isn't there that spell, that magic spell that's kind of like
Oh,
a
a
lotion,
grease?
but
Oh, you
but
want to
in
cook a
greasy
fucking
way.
pig?
You think it's cast grease on his hair?
You want to cause grease on the fucking captain and cook him alive?
I think that's frowned upon. It also does damage to like the ship.
That's if the ship gets on fire.
Maybe that makes him a little bit crispier, though.
Let's go
I
make a
do
large
not
from
think
bread.
we should
Right,
eat Leonard. But I told you this before. You should not feed people to animals. You should not feed
hell
people
is he
to
talking
people
about?
either.
I think he's talking to about the vampires.
What vampire? Oh.
No,
And-
because Nox just said I shouldn't feed people to animals. That's the same thing he said when I was talking about the vampire. But
Right.
what do you think vampires are?
Oh
Hey.
shit! I just got this.
I think I tried to read about them once, but I couldn't read. So I looked at picture.
I think his name was Count
It
Chuck.
was
Uh,
it had like it had 3 eyes and 5 legs.
I don't
I-
think
Everyone just looks at Nox.
that was a vampire. Vampires look like people.
It was
But they
red.
have pointy.
I am
they
pretty
have
sure it
pointy
was red
teeth.
with sharp teeth.
Yeah, they
You-
have sharp teeth, but they look
See,
just
it
like
is
you and
vampire
me.
then.
They suck blood.
I am. Well, if you feed them meat, there is blood in meat, no?
No, they just drink the blood. They don't eat the meat.
That does not sound like a healthy diet.
Not for us. For vampires, I guess it is.
I love how selective Nox's intelligence is. Like he knows everything about a healthy, balanced, nutritional diet.
Well, you gotta think, like, Knox was brought up in a good family with good education. He's just too
Oh.
stupid to actually learn it properly. So he
Oh,
has
so
like
he's just regurgitating what he like what's been taught to him, or what's been said to him.
Essentially, like the selective little things that that's just stuck in there and just pops up sometimes.
Okay.
So he has those like sometimes.
It's like that's too many calories, bro. Like, you see all that processed fats and sugar in this? Like wow, damn. Hey, docs. Okay. So as you guys are, talking and laughing, like Leonard, I think you're in like a different mood because like you're there at the railing while everyone's kind of behind you. Maybe Benji's by your side as well because Benji's the one who's like pointing it out and stuff. And your heart begins to like boom, boom, boom,
Benji, what do your rat eyes see?
Mouse.
Not mouse, not rat.
rat folk or Usagi. Usagi?
I think that's the type of sushi.
It's
I don't have it here with me right now, but anyway.
It's like yeah.
But yeah, I describe everything to Leonard.
So you are seeing as the longboat gets closer and closer, like is it the Usagi? No, yeah, I think it is. Okay. Oh no, the Usagi are rabbits. Sorry. Anyways, you see on the boat, there are maybe about like 4 or 5, like just 5 sailors. You can pick out 8 people total. There's like 5 like just kind of like regular sailors, but they're well armed. You can tell like they're not, like your Isoki. That's right, it is. I knew it sounded like Japanese for some reason. All the like animal folks' names were kind of very Asian-y. Isoki, yeah. Like you see like kind of 5 like well-armed sailors, and then you also see at the top of the brow who's kind of like helming this longboat is a man with stark white hair that seems to be floating in the wind, like almost a little bit too easily, too breezily. And you see this man, the helm. You also see
I think he classifies himself as a free captain.
this person next to him.
I
You
have a
also
question.
see, yes.
How can he stand next to her when she has fire wings? Doesn't that hurt?
It's more of like illusions.
Well, there's a water guy next to him as well, so it's fine.
So one side is damn, the other one is just getting burned. I must be fucking
Cancels out,
in the middle.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, he's in the middle.
He's
That's a
steaming.
that guy? That's most critical.
Okay, and so you obviously don't know their names yet, but it shows up there.
And that guy, he looks slick.
As the longboat gets closer and closer to hearing distance, you do hear out this white-haired fellow kind of shout out, "Hello and well met."
Real quick. Like you say, they're armed. Are they like weapons out, ready to fight, or?
No, they're just sitting. Most of the sailors are actually rowing. Like the regular sailors, they're rowing the boat. And just these 3 officers, it seems like you can tell right now, like you can tell now officers, regular crew, that's the thing. These 3 officers seem to just be like standing at the front. Not weapons drawn. Captain Merrill actually just like raises his hand.
I raise my hand, say, "Hail to you too."
Are you friends? Oh! Hello, little one. you got a Yusoki on board.
I like him.
He does the Yusoki have their own language, I believe, right?
Let me double check. No, we speak common, goblin. Well, no, I speak goblin, but they are common. We speak common.
Oh, so you were actually talking to Doug and Goblin. Okay.
E-
I see. Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay. Yeah. So he lets out a series of squeaks and chirps. Roll a sense motive check, please, or a perception check. Up to you, Benji.
Just
He's smooth, too smooth.
it's called
Sense. You're like somebody must. He seems well traveled, right? But somewhere down the line, somebody must have fucked with him and taught him some fake, like, phrases of what just seemed to be like animal sounds, and said that's like a Yusoki, like animal type of language that they use. And you're probably like, it's like naive, but it's cute at the same time. Like it's like, how do you like get mad at somebody? It's when it's the intentions are so harmless. And they're on the other side of that prank. Like, how like there's people who, like, when you ask them, like, teach me a word in your language, and they tell you something really bad, just like for that, like as a prank. So like if you actually ever do go up to somebody and say that, it causes a bad situation. What does Benji do?
like
I'm
racist
just gonna
fuck. No.
nudge Leonard and say,
Just
he's smooth. Too smooth. Keep an eye on him.
Yeah, good point. Never trust a friendly smile.
really?
I go from behind. I'm from behind, and you're like, who do you trust then?
Yeah, like, what never trust anyone who moves their lips.
Yeah. You know how I know he's lying? He's saying words.
That's like the most pessimistic outlook.
And he is a legendary slaver captain, so
Not
Right.
not slaver captain.
No, he's a free captain.
Freak him.
yeah, but isn't he working
He's
with a slaver?
No, there is a slave ship as well.
There
Are
is
they
a slave ship that
You don't
They-
know if they are
they,
together.
they may have captured the ship and are here to scrub it.
Oh, okay, I
You know.
misunderstood the situation. Alright.
That's possible, right? I didn't. It's vague on purpose. All right. So, yeah. So he's like, "Can me and my officers climb on board that mighty fine vessel and parlay?"
You may. Yeah, come in peace.
Is he from New Orleans?
Now I see him.
That's a mighty fine ship you have over there.
If
And
you
so
offer peace and friendship, we will respond in kind.
nothing but, and rope ladders come, and they climb on board and they successfully go on your ship. That I'm gonna say is now anchored, like a similar distance from the docks as like his ships are, and he like kind of like whistles. Wow, wow, wow! Now what do we have here? This is mighty, mighty fine. What's that, Slick? Oh, you're right about that, Slick. Oh, yep, Liddy. That's true. So, I like to introduce myself, but I don't think I need any introduction. And he looks around the crew, and you see most of the crew members who were like pirates before or with the Wormwood. They're like in awestruck of who is just climbed like on board, right? They're just like, what the fuck? These guys are so reputable and known. Like, it's crazy that they're on board this ship right now. I need anyone who's like not trying to hide their like lack of knowledge of these folks besides Benji, or impression, like the lack of impression with like a bluff check here. What he's doing is
Sorry,
trying to
bluff
see
or
like
what?
a bluff. check to like kind of hide this. Like, there's a different type of reverence that the crew, that pirates are showing him, that you guys who are new probably don't have.
I don't know. Nox is just like, who the fuck is this?
Yeah,
bro?
exactly. Like, who the fuck is this guy, right? So, so he's not even gonna roll
I'm
it.
just.
No, I'm not even rolling.
He's gonna fail it. Okay.
No, Leonard doesn't. Yeah, he's just gonna like he's not dumbstruck because he heard Benji's story. So he knows a bit.
Yeah.
So he's not gonna look like, who the fuck are you? But he's not trying to hide like, yes, I know all of your stories and I have all your books and I have like copies.
I was
just
gonna
in
walk
case.
over. Can you sign these?
Roll a diplomacy check.
Sandar, I don't decide her actions.
With advantage.
What?
Oh, you're saying Sandara does that. Okay,
Yeah,
fine.
I said like Sandar. I don't care.
I thought that was part of your bluff, but okay.
Oh no. That would be funny.
Yeah,
Nara comes with a poster.
I was like, that's
Please
how
sign
good
this.
Muna is. That's how good
Yeah.
of a liar he is.
I will
He's
pretend
the
to be a
first one there. Like, hey, can you sign this for me, please? And Briar, you too. Like, you're pretty good with like, like there is some reverence to you, and he's smiling, he's clocking, and then his eyes wanders over.
I was on the verge of should have just turned to Wozu and be like, oh, I still call him daddy.
What? It's like without context. It's just like, I'm gonna call him
Somebody
daddy.
spray Briar down.
I feel like if you look at him, Cal, you would understand why anyone would call him daddy.
Sure.
Wouldn't you?
But anyways, he clocks Leonard and Nox, and Benji. You have heard of his story, so you tell me, like, is this more of like a bluff thing, or do you not care about him, or are you like, oh my gosh, I'm beating him?
I think this is more like how, like knowing he's a celebrity, but not necessarily important to you specifically. So it's more like just intrigued.
Yeah, like in
Then,
between.
like if you're
Yeah.
at like a con and you see someone famous, but you're not necessarily a fan of them, you're just like, oh, cool, they're famous, but that's
Oh.
about it.
And that kind of like,
table tennis.
Oh,
Yeah.
Yes.
You're
Like,
Keanu Reeves, the guy who ate the sandwich and looked sad in that one.
Keanu Reeves has a lot of fans. He's like A
Yeah.
plus, like
Yeah,
Lester.
I would not say I would react that way about Keanu Reeves. I would probably say I would react that way about
Like a comic book author or something like that, right? Like they have their dedicated fan base.
Look at
Like I said, like,
Tina-
oh wow, the world champion in table tennis. Like,
Oh,
I
yeah.
or
guess
like a
that's-
sports star. Yeah.
Yeah, like they have their
Like-
core
Like-
fans.
Yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, I think I'll just just bright-eyed curiosity.
Okay. In this case, though, this guy is like the Keanu Reeves of like the Shackles,
Yeah.
right? So like, but it's still, your reaction is still similar. You're like, oh yeah, I mean, I seen your movies, but I don't love you. So okay.
No, Letter is just gonna be like, Captain White wins, I presume.
You presume right. Interesting. We all came to a unanimous vote. Me and my two officers here. That's Liddy. That's Slick.
Yeah, no, not.
They nod back. And we were just conversing. And it's very strange. Unanimously, we have consensus that this mighty fine vessel is of Rahadumi make. Now, we had another consensus, and the vote was unanimous on that one as well, that none of you are Rahadumi. Now, I'm not trying to be what they call prejudice, so I want to just say that very much any one of you could be technically Rahadumi. So, I say this to you. Fahalavek. Alright. That's what I thought.
Wait,
You can roll me a bluff check if you would like to like respond to that.
I'm
Nice.
just like saying how much would we have could we have
Interacted, or
at least caught up like when the Wahadumi sailors were speaking.
yes. Okay, so
Like we would know like a few words.
yeah. So I will say this: the two of them did die that night that you guys started like in the storm, like right away.
Yeah.
When the big wave washed them away, and then almost virtuously 2 days later, the two other died. So like, I will say there is some time. So
Leonard is just gonna do the. I don't remember the words, but Leonard does the high five.
oh yes, that's Vehelo. Yeah.
The hello, right?
Yeah, the Vulcan, like the high five. Yeah. So like, I will say like, you say. So roll me a bluff check, Leonard, when you say Vahalo, and what words?
Well, he doesn't.
Oh.
He doesn't say it kind of like he knows what it means. He just kind of like that dude says when Rahadumi. I'm like and he's like the hello.
Okay, but this is not to like. This is just being.
it's-
This is Leonard being
yeah.
a goofball.
Someone is
Yeah,
speaking
it's more like
Japanese,
Okay.
and he goes
yeah, it's more
konnichiwa.
like trying to diffuse the situation with humor, like humor and charm, than like
Okay.
being like kind of like yes, I am Rahadumi. I
Yeah.
know this word.
Right.
That's
Okay.
what it is.
What does
I-
Briar do?
I would have tried to like it's morning,
Right. Late morning.
so they would probably have said morning to each other when they woke up or something, maybe like that.
Okay.
Mm.
So roll me a quick knowledge local check.
Oh god, I'm so bad at knowledge. Well, 17. Look at that.
So you know Fahala Vek is one of the worst things you can say to another Rahadumi. Fahala Vek is like pretty much like go fuck your family. Like you're not human. You're a piece of shit. Like it's like something that they say to the like most disgusting criminals.
Calling someone in Sweden.
Can I? Then I would, if he says that, and I know that, then I would just be like, after Leonard says his piece, I would just be like, well, that's pretty rude.
Okay. All right. Roll me a diplomacy check.
20.
You see all of them bust out laughing as soon as you say that, and like Captain Merrill, like he's like he's like wiping tears away from his eyes. My apologies, sir. Your name is
Why?
Talking to me.
Brian. Well, it seems like some people here are well traveled. Seems like. Again, my apologies. Now, back to what I was saying. Which one of you here is the captain of this mighty fine vessel that we seem to be standing on?
I step back.
Point at Leonard.
This is that is Captain
Right.
Leonard. I put my hand forward, like wave at him.
I
this
just
happens.
look at Leonard.
Captain Leonard.
It feels like they're throwing you under the bus for some reason. I know they're not, but it just feels like it, right? Like, like having all this happen at once. Everyone, like, yeah, Albert's just like him and like
And
pointing
you're
at.
stepping back as well. I loved it.
Yeah. I didn't really wanted to be captain. He just took charge of the situation one time, so Cog doesn't become like the new captain. And
That
then
is all
just
the
spiraled
dictators.
from there.
That's what all the dictator says. It was an accident.
Yep, that's what every dictator says.
No. It was only temporary when Julius Caesar he took control of the Senate.
Oh, until it wasn't.
I know.
Until he got stabbed. 17.
Well, I mean, he led them to a victory, but I don't know why they did that. But he was just too disrespectful, man. Anyways, yeah, like
Yeah, but Leonard's just gonna be like, I am currently the captain. Yes.
you're the captain of this Rahum Dumi vessel.
Acting captain, you could say.
Acting captain. Well, now what does that mean? Pray tell.
Honestly, it's a long story.
I got nothing but time. Liddy, Slick, you guys going anywhere? They said no.
But they did not say anything.
Can I
Well,
roll an
you-
arcane check? Like,
Yeah,
what are
sure.
like? Is it telepathically or like what are they?
So
Also,
with your 21, I'm gonna say the DC here was 20. You got a 21. So number one, if you've been successful in the check, just give yourself like 25 or 25 XP. So just like, yeah, I'll make a number in your head and add that. I'm not gonna be a stickler with XP. But okay, with a 21, you can give yourself 25. Oh, should it be the number of the roll that you get XP from on a success?
no, because I feel like 25 is better.
That
Yeah,
doesn't
okay.
scale.
That doesn't scale, right? Like, unless you like have multipliers eventually, which in just doing more math.
We're gonna need thousands of XP when we get a higher level.
Just
that's
grinding
not...
ability checks. Sounds like the worst D&D experience you could ever do.
I would like to walk on a line just to farm that sweet acrobatic experience. Oh my god, it's fucking RuneScape at that point.
Yeah, I'm gonna flip. I'm gonna flip.
It's,
I'm gonna flip.
that's
I'm gonna
fucking-
flip. I'm gonna flip.
Flip.
Flip, flip.
So what do I
flip.
do today, Cal? I just do 4,000 flips.
Roll. Start rolling, bud. No. No, okay. So with that 21, it's a fantastic roll. You actually noticed, like, I haven't described this on purpose because, quite frankly, with the golden rays of the afternoon sun, it is quite hard to see. But what you do see is a seagull perched on his shoulder, and this seagull is it is absolutely gorgeous. Like, I think you can clock right away. Like, this has to be a familiar of some sort. You know, like it's not like your normal seagull. It's shining in this like brilliant golden radiance as light touches it to almost like a translucent look. But if you shield your eyes and like take a better look with your magical eye, it's more opaque, and you see that it's like a golden light-ish, translucent-ish seagull familiar. And as he's talking, his lips don't move, but the gull's lips continue to click and clatter as if it was talking or something.
Okay.
And I think you clocked this, yeah. Like it somehow they're using the seagull familiar as a way to communicate telepathically, and they've done it for so long. It's just like second nature. Like they don't know that they're doing this in front of the company type of stuff. All right. So with that, I think yeah. So he looks over at you, Leonard, and he's like, right. So how much are you willing to tell me?
All right. So now starting a slave ship, and you're just gonna like fill them in of what happened from like us being rescued from the slave ship and being basically forced
Press gang.
It's not indoctrination.
Press gang is the word.
Press gang, right? Into being pirates and like attacking the Rahadumi, and then the mutiny and the storm.
Oh, so you just tell them everything.
Uh,
I mean, that's pretty much everything, right?
yeah, pretty
Yeah,
much.
cool. Okay. Well, like he's enraptured in the story, right? Like, and for some reason, it starts to feel a little good as you're saying this, Leonard, out loud. You know, if anything, roll me a performance check, right? It's like now you're telling a tale of like lost sea of adventure. Like this is like stuff that comes out of book, like you know, like of folktale, like this or whatever. Like most people who go on a slave ship stay on the slave ship and just die as slaves eventually, or try to run away and die, or you know, starve or get killed or get diseased. But you know, like hearing this is amazing. I think Leonard is gonna particularly keep it.
No, I'm not
like,
gonna fucking
personal
out
details out
you.
and just do like
Okay.
the main
Also,
overarching story.
Killer Kitsune.
I mean,
Yeah.
if it has them everything,
So, like, that's the most
Oh
snitch.
yeah, and Muna fuck Grog.
Random just, and then he fucked her.
And then there was this girl named Moretta. She was smearing shit on the walls. We killed her. No, we killed her. You did actually.
And then that guy pissed on that guy.
No, okay, but anyways,
I pulled the knife.
for sure. Roll me a wait. What's I gonna ask you to roll? Performance for like the story. Yeah. Like as you're telling the story, you begin to Leonard. You begin to realize like and get into it, and you're just like, this has been quite an adventure already. Just like what has happened to you guys in the last like couple months. And you begin to like, and he's enraptured, and he's like, holy moly! So you are all on that ship, that slave ship, with Captain Harrigan. Wow. Well, it seems like I made the right. It seems like I made the right move by capturing the warship that was accompanying the Iron Cage. That there used to be called the. I have the note here. Give me 1 second. That there ship used to be called the Shield of the Empire. That them jealous bastards. They definitely do like to make their ships all hoity-toity. So y'all were on the Iron Cage.
That is correct.
Well, it seems like Harrigan got the short end of the stick, considering that you're all here, and he's not.
He could be lost at sea. Maybe he sunk. We don't know really.
And that is actually, and we probably can end because I know it's getting kind of late for people here. So you guys let me know. Is this a good time to end?
I'd like to end it. Good.
Okay. Yeah. So before it's getting too late, I do want to say, as he's mentioning Captain Harrigan, and you're talking about how Captain Harrigan could also be left at sea. So the person who rolled the highest, and Leonard didn't roll because he went last, was Benji, who rolled the 17. And forget what happened to Benji. That was the jellyfish thing.
Oh.
And then who rolled the lowest? 10? Okay. That would be Muna. Muna.
Well,
Like a jolt of lightning in your mind. As if maybe you got stung by one of those thunderhead jellyfish. a voice crackles. And you recognize this voice right away. This cruel and sharp voice. Peppery, long farthing. And in her voice you hear, "What is your current location? And where are you headed to? What happened to Plug and Scourge? You will reply immediately or face his wrath."
Da, da, da.
And that is where we'll end the session. Thank you all for playing.
Wait, who
Thanks for
got
DMing.
the...
Oh, that was
message?
Muna got the message.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
And so the next session.
You've got a week to prepare a reply.
Listen, all of you. Help me, they can be captured.
Leonard committed mutiny.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. That's the first thing you said. Not even where you're going, but like just, oh, it's all Leonard.
Yeah.
He's gone crazy. He's taking the ship. He's talking about the end of the world or something.
You just have to mention Captain Leonard.
I don't have message. It's called sending, and it's like a third or fourth level spell.
And all
Oh,
help wait
you
for
can
you.
actually reply to his sendings.
I know.
Oh, okay. That's
But we're
what
ending
she
now.
meant. Yeah, but
Yeah, I know.
oh, okay. So I mean, I guess it's up to you on whether you send a reply or not, of course. But
I will,
Yeah,
but when we're gonna do it next time?
I mean,
Ah.
when you already chummy with her anyway. Was it you? Yeah, you know
I
her.
was chubby as a, just did manhandle me once. She used me. I'm no longer pure. I was a virgin.
I think you already were impure.
How dare you, Victor, to besmirch the good name of Muna?
Yes.
I mean, I can only say that Gwog was very clean after prestidigitation. So
How dare you besmirch the name of Muna?
Anyways, I'm gonna go to bed.
Bye.
Good night, man.
Yeah, see you all next week.
good night. Good night.
See you
Wait, hold on, Mikkel. Are you going to be here next week?
I will be here next week.
Okay, great. I'll see you.
Nice.
See you next week. See you guys.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.
See you.
bye.
Hope you all have a good night.
You too, man.